Blanket X, hello. And thank you for contributing to the challenge. We have reached all 10,000. Now I have to plan when to actually do that one. And where's my water? Oh, of course, of course. Okay, so today we're gonna be doing the 500 words on the fic I'm writing with Copper. We're currently on chapter 7 out of 12. So this is her portion. And then I just have to start mine. And then after that, probably around 8, where I'm gonna start reading The Adventures of Takeru and Hikari, which is a parody of Sharkboy and Llama Girl, but in Digimon form. So yeah, so there is 11 chapters in that, I think. Yeah, there's 11 chapters. Ninja, hi, how are you? Yeah, that's good. Yeah. I'm good. Right now, I'm actually working on my portion of a fanfic I write with my friend. So the first half was hers, so I'm doing my portion, which is 500 words. see here. Super! Hi! How are you? Ooh, cheese fries, yum. That should be good, I think. Okay. Okay, so let me just open up the document. Okay, not that one. Okay. Let's see here. Let me just hide this real quick. Okay. Okay, so I switched into the Rise of the Guardian fanfic. So I think we're gonna continue that for a little bit. Did I have him standing up ready? Okay, I did call it room 2 Friday. Okay.
Ghost, hi, how are you?
you betrayer! I'm afraid to ask, when did you go to sleep? Because I went to sleep around, what was it, like 4 something? No, Blanket, I'm not passed out. Oh, super enjoy. I may have added some stuff to Nightbot. By that, I mean, I added a bunch of commands. It only took me like 2 hours to do. No, Blanket, you're the cute one. And thank you, Ghost, for the care package. What do you mean Nightbot said nothing? Ghost, how dare you call me cute and adorable? Now, where's that email? Oh, here it is. For that, I'm adding commands now. A gun, huh? Oh, I love that emote! It's so cute! Yeah, neither do I. I don't have a good one either. Smart blanket, very smart. Oh, that's a good one. Especially when you're playing Forest. Alright. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, does that even have like little coins? That's so cute. Okay, where do bees go to the bathroom? The VP station. Yeah, it is. No way you made by Ultra Mega Chicken. Executive producer. Actually, while I'm at it, I'm gonna test this out, actually, that new command I did. Let's go with dessert. Okay. Let's do... Hi, Never. How are you? Enjoy the lurk, Never. Well, now I know the commands work. Okay, so let me try drinks. See if that one's good. Okay, that one works fine. And then I think the last one I had was food. Hey, Blanket, I added Dino Nuggets in the food menu. Now, was I having too much fun with these commands? Yes, yes I was. Oh yeah, I love that one too. Oh, nice. What did you get from KFC? Bruh, why am I so far away? Okay. Well, they have chicken. Different types of chicken. They have a pot pie, which also has chicken in it. They have sandwiches. That also has chicken. And then they have, you know, the typical vegetables and stuff. And sides. Yeah, so pretty much all the foods is just chicken. With the occasional side dishes and vegetables. And desserts. But mainly it's just chicken. Oh, that's a good choice. Okay, let's check this one. Okay, that one works fine too. right, super. Have a nice time at work. Before you go... Sorry, it was... Yeah, you have to put 8 in front of it. I just corrected it now. Ask again later. I'm not entirely sure what your question was. We all know that's not true. No, I haven't. That's really interesting. I know you were talking about that you were seeing it. You caught on Twitch or something that someone was watching it live. That is completely up to you, Ghost. You know what? I'm actually gonna scrap this altogether. I have a different idea. Yeah, it's a different idea. We're gonna make this chapter hella emotional, that my readers will cry, okay? Considering every other chapter is I get comments that I made them cry, so the emotions, the feels, I will get to them. The emotions will be real in this chapter. I will give him a brief opportunity for Pitch to see Jack, and then I rip him away. Ha ha ha. See, I might end up changing the title too. That was just a temporary title I came up with. like it. So you see how I'm separating the dialogue and putting like lines to indicate like who's really speaking? Since I have like multiple people, well, technically shadows, so I have them each separated with a certain identifier. So essentially when it was just Jack and the Elder's shadow, I wasn't really saying, oh, Jack said this, and then the shadow said this, and then Jack said this. I was putting other information to give up what was the feel and stuff. ending this section. Okay, so tomorrow is the collab with J Blue, so I'm not sure if I'll actually be writing tomorrow, but we'll see. I'm not sure how long the collab is going to be, but we'll see. So what we're going to do now, we are going to switch over to the 5th, but I am going to grab something to eat first. So I'll probably be maybe in about 15 minutes or so. Okay, so let me just switch over to this real quick. So I now have everything pulled up. So like I said, I'm gonna take a quick break and then I'll be right back. And we're back. Let me just quickly change the category. Okay, that should have changed it. Thank you. Okay, let me put this into... Okay, here, it's in reading mode now. Okay. So if you type in exclamation point story time, you'll get a link to the story that I'm reading from. So the title of the story is called The Adventures of Takeru and Hikari, which is a Shark Boy Llama Girl parody. Summary. Davis has to read his report and is made fun of by his classmates. A bully in his class takes his dream journal and ruins it. As if his day couldn't get any worse, Takeru and Hikari came to his classroom asking for his help to save Planet Digital. Davis goes on a journey to save Planet Digital and find other things along the way. Chapter 1. School Report. The sound of the morning alarm blasted through my quiet room. I blindly reached to push the snooze button on that evil device, but to no avail. The alarm was not there. I sat up and looked around my room, squinting my eyes in the dimly dark room. I could make out the evil device on my computer table, saying 6:30 a.m. How on earth did it get there? It looked like I had to get up to turn the thing off. Would I want June Zilla to barge in and start lecturing me about disturbing her beauty sleep? Sighing in defeat, I left the comfort of my bed and walked towards my computer table. I slammed the waking device until it stopped. I sleepily walked towards my dresser to pick out a pair of white socks, a clean blue shirt with flings on them, and brown shorts. I slowly made my way to the bathroom to prepare myself for a very long and boring day. School was never really my thing to begin with, but today was the worst. Today, I was supposed to read a report in front of my whole class on what I did during the summer. I personally didn't want to read it. The students in my class were jerks, especially this one kid in my class. It was unfortunate, really. This jerk was a big-time genius and seemed to take great joy in making me seem stupid. I might like to goof around, but it hurts when people like that do that. It was actually quite surprising that his little brother was the complete opposite of him. You see, his younger brother is the most kindest person I ever met. I remember when I first met him 3 years ago. He offered to spend time with me when no one wanted to. He was a genius like his brother, but never really bragged about it. When I asked him why he wanted to be with someone like me, he said that he liked me and wanted to be my friend. He never criticized me like everyone else did. In fact, he defended me and helped me with my work, and I didn't understand it. He was the best. It was a shame that the jerk always managed to drag his little brother away when he saw us together at lunch. He didn't always succeed, though. All three of us had class together. I just so happened to sit next to his brother. So ha, take that, jerk. I entered my class and took my assigned seat, which was next to my best friend. Towards the front of the classroom. My best friend was already there, taking out his report out of his purple backpack for class. Am I? It seems to be moving fine. You just... hold on. Let me just check. Let me just pull up my phone. Okay, should I start over? I didn't get that far. Well, I actually didn't really do anything. All I did was lower the music a little bit. I'll probably just start over just in case. No one else heard it too. Okay. So, the first chapter is called School Report. The sound of the morning alarm blasted through my quiet room. I blindly reached to push the snooze button on that evil device, but to no avail. The alarm was not there. I sat up and looked around my room. Squinting my eyes in the dimly dark room, I could make out the evil device on my computer table, saying 6:30 a.m. How on earth did it get there? It looked like I had to get up to turn the thing off. I didn't want June to barge in and start lecturing me about disturbing her beauty sleep. Sighing in defeat, I left the comfort of my bed and walked towards my computer table. I slammed the waking device until it stopped. I sleepily walked towards my dresser to pick out a pair of white socks, a clean blue shirt with flames on them, and brown shorts. I slowly made my way to the bathroom to prepare myself for a very long and boring day. School was never really my thing to begin with, but today was the worst. Today I was supposed to read a report in front of my whole class on what I did during the summer. I personally didn't want to read it. The students in my class were jerks, especially this one kid in my class. It was unfortunate, really. This jerk was a big-time genius and seemed to take great joy in making me seem stupid. I might like to goof off around. I might like to goof around, but it hurts when people like that do that. It was actually quite surprising that his little brother was the complete opposite of him. You see, his younger brother is the most kindest person I ever met. I remember when I first met him 3 years ago. He offered to spend time with me, and when no one wanted to. He was a genius like his brother, but never really bragged about it. When I asked him why he wanted to be with someone like me, he said that he liked me and wanted to be my friend. He never criticized me like everyone else did. In fact, he defended me and helped me with my work. And I didn't understand it. He was the best. It was a shame that the jerk always managed to drag his little brother away when he saw us together at lunch. He didn't always succeed. Though, all 3 of us had class together. And I just so happened to sit next to his brother. So, take that, jerk. I entered my class and took my assigned seat, which was next to my best friend, towards the front of the classroom. My best friend was already there, taking out his report out of his blue backpack for class. I smiled widely at him when he looked at me. Hey, Ken. Hi, Davis. How are you today? I smiled at my best friend, a boy prodigy, Ken Ichijoji. Ken is a cute, polite, and very quiet boy. He just so happened to be the same age as me, although he is older by a few months. We are both 11 and have been in at least 3 classes together every year within the last 3 years. Ken is the captain of the soccer team, while I'm his co-captain. He also has the prettiest violet eyes that I ever laid eyes on. Oh, come on. Who would not like him? Violet eye, chin-length hair that was a unique mixture of violets and blues, a creamy colored skin, and a slim figure. I have to agree with his fan club. He is drop dead gorgeous. I would so ask him out on a date if it wasn't for the fact that I don't know if he would return my feelings. And then there was his brother. Great! I placed my blue and red backpack on my desk and searched for my journal. So where is that brother of yours? Please say he was sick or at an interview or something. A teacher pulled him over to ask a few things. Damn. Oh, why you ask? No reason. Maybe I said that a little too quickly. And tilted his head cutely, frowning slightly at me. You sure? You're not still mad that he got you in detention for releasing all those frags for science class and in the girls' locker room, are you? Yes, I was still mad. I was the one who did that, not me. I was at soccer practice. How dare they punish me for something I didn't do? Nope, I'm fine. I lied. Okay, whatever you say, Davis. Ken's voice set in slight confusion and uncertainty. Anyway, are you doing anything Friday? I raised an eyebrow in thought. Not really. Why? I looked at my best friend / crush questioningly. Ken's face lit up and he turned in his seat to face me as he answered. Well, it's my birthday Friday, and a good friend of mine bought me 2 tickets for the Battle of the Bands as a birthday present. What? No way! I thought those sold out months ago. I couldn't believe it. My best friend actually got 2 tickets for the most popular event in T-pop history. I bet he wanted me to go with him. And they did. And my friend Rio, who is a very good friend of mine, is actually one of the lead singers and wants me to go see his performance and support him. Wow, that's amazing. Of course I would. Of course I like to. Ken! Damn, speak of the devil. I watched as my best friend turned away from me and looked at his brother. Hi, Sam. Sam Ichijoji is a piece of work. He is Ken's older brother. 5 years. Unlike Ken, who loved to wear comfortable gray slacks and button-dress shirts, Ichijoji preferred to wear black, tight, skinny jeans and striped long-sleeve shirts, with a brown hoodie sweater. His eyes, unlike Ken's, were a dark flat purple. It must be that way to express how cold he really was. Why else would he wear glasses over them? His hair is a similar color as Ken's, with the exception of it being spiky, instead of straight and long. Ichijoji is, unfortunately, very well known for being a genius. He is on the news all the time and is constantly interviewed for every achievement he had ever done. Everyone gushed over them and saw him as the perfect child. Even his damn family and parents thought that. But I didn't. In my eyes, Ichijoji was just a cold and heartless jerk. I've seen the way he treated his little brother. I've seen the bruises and the cover-ups. I've seen the sadness and fear in Ken's eyes when I asked about them, but always dropped it when Ken began to panic and becomes very quiet. It was heartbreaking. I'm sure his parents never noticed. His parents never seemed to notice anything that wasn't about Sam. And it was sad, considering they never came to his soccer games. They never went to see Ken when he performed for the student talent shows and musicals. And I imagine that Ken has a wonderful voice like an angel. Sometimes I wonder how Ken was able to tolerate being ignored for that long. I know I would curse up a storm if my parents constantly ignored me, and if I had a brother who abused me. Maybe that was why he was the first to approach me, and no one wanted to be my friend. He saw someone just like him, someone to protect from the pain of others. He would do something like that, and had such a kind and pure heart. I just wish I could help him and shield him from the pain other beings inflicted upon him. Motomaya, the jerk, greeted coldly. Ichijoji, I replied with narrowed eyes. I could be cold too. Ichijoji faced his brother, completely ignoring me, acting like the old concerned brother that I knew he wasn't. What were you two talking about? I watched as Ken brightened again. I couldn't blame him. Ichijoji usually ignored his little brother when his parents were around, or when other people were gushing over his achievements and whatnot. We were talking about the Battle of the Bands. Rio told me his band was battling this other band on Friday. Ichijoji's eyes hardened at the mention of Rio. Akiyama, huh? Was it just me, or did it just get 20 degrees colder in here or something? Yep, didn't he tell you? And instantly asked, damn, I really didn't like that look Ichijoji was giving his brother. If it wasn't for the fact that we were in a public place, I'm pretty sure he would have struck Ken by now. Me and Akiyama are not on speaking terms. Ken's eyes widened in confusion, oblivious to his brother's threatening tone. But why? You guys are best friends. We are not friends. Ichijoji snapped back, stunning everyone who was already in the room. He is nothing but a bad distraction to me and to you. Don't talk to him. Don't look at him. And don't ever hang out with him. You are to sever all contact you have with him. Don't even think about going to that damn concert Friday. You're coming with me to my scientific Achieve Award Ceremony Friday, and that's that. I watched as my best friend shrank away from his brother's outburst. I growled, seeing those hurt violet eyes glistening with unshed tears. I slammed my hands hard on the desk as I stood up. I sent Ken's brother a fiery glare filled with anger. Who did this guy think he is? My mom would have slapped me across the face and forced soap down my mouth if I ever talked to June like that. He's not even Ken's mother or father. Who gave him the right to talk like that to his brother? He was acting like he controlled Ken's life. What the hell, Ichijoji? What's going on here? I grumbled under my breath. The jerk was lucky the teacher just came in. I would get him next time. Nothing, Mr. Arakawa. Just a little disagreement, and that's all. Ichijoji made me sick. How dare he use the innocent card like that? He was acting as if he hadn't yelled and hurt his brother's feelings. Settle this matter on your own time. I want no fighting in my class, Mr. Arakawa said as he looked at me and the Ichijoji brothers. Understood. I forced myself not to turn around to glare at the jerk as he replied smoothly, walking towards his desk dismissively. I forced myself not to fidget under Mr. Arakawa's stare. Mr. Arakawa was a man in his mid-30s. He had pale skin, black eyes, and a black shoulder-length hair. He was wearing a black suit, purple dress shirt, and red necktie. Mr. Arakawa put his suitcase on the teacher's desk as his eyes landed on Ken. I turned to look at my best friend and felt my heart filled with pain and sadness. Ken's head was bowed slightly. A curtain of hair hid his beautiful violet eyes. His hands were folded together on his lap, and his shoulders were shaking slightly. I placed a hand on his troubling shoulder, unsure what to do. Ken, are you okay? Ken didn't reply, which concerned me. Mr. Ichijoji, are you alright? I watched as Mr. Arakawa crouched in front of him, talking to him quietly. Yes, Mr. Arakawa, I'm fine. I didn't mean to disrupt the class. Small droplets of tears landed on Ken's folded hands as he spoke. I knew Ken was not fine. Ichijoji hurt him emotionally again. There was only so much he could take. I wish he would let me in to help him with his pain instead of him taking in my pain and helping me with mine. It wasn't fair. Mr. Arakawa looked at me with a concerned look on his face. Mr. Arakawa might be a strict and boring English teacher, but I knew he hated seeing children in pain, especially Ken. Funny thing about Mr. Arakawa was that he's a family friend of Ken's father. The two used to work together as a genetist before Mr. Arakawa decided to pursue teaching. So I guess you can say that he had known the Ichijoji family for a long time, and in turn had become very fond of Ken. Mr. Ichijoji, come to the hall with me. I watched sadly as Ken got up and walked with Mr. Arakawa out of the classroom and into the hall. I kept my eyes trained on the door as the rest of the class began to talk about what happened. What's wrong with Sam's brother? I don't know. He seems really upset about something. I bet Monomaya said something to him. Yeah, that guy could be such a jerk. Monomaya acts like he's some big shit. I don't know why Ken hangs out with him. Ken's too kind. He doesn't like to see people isolated or in pain. Yeah, right. If anyone is doing the hurting around here, it would be Monomaya. Oh, poor Ken. I gritted my teeth at the conversations. Some continued their opinions and accusations of me, while others mentioned that Ichijoji was yelling because he was having an argument with me, and Ken ended up getting a little emotional because of it. It was frustrating to hear that most of the class thought I would hurt my best friend on purpose. It was bad enough that they hated my guts and thought badly of me. I only had one friend in this school, and that would be Ken. He said nothing. but good things about me, even with my faulty cocky behavior. He saw through my mask of cheerfulness and saw the pain from what other people said about me. And wasn't fazed by it though. He continued to hang out with me and at times defended me on my behalf, even if it was just words. Okay, class, let's begin. Please take out your reports that I assigned you last week. The class quieted down and Mr. Arakawa re-entered the room. I frowned when Ken didn't come with him. I raised my hand and Mr. Arakawa asked who wanted to go first. Mr. Arakawa looked surprised at me. Mr. Monomaya, I'm surprised. You usually don't volunteer to go first. I cursed at my luck. That was a stupid move. Very well, come up and present your report to the class. I groaned at my luck. I really didn't want to present. Ken was not here. I always felt better when he was here. I could look at him instead of the rest of the class. I got up and walked to the front of the class, my back still facing the other students. Mr. Arakawa, where's Ken? Mr. Arakawa placed his reading glasses on and began writing my name on one of those project grading sheets. Not even looking at me, he replied. I sent Mr. Ichijoji to the restroom. He'll be back soon. Oh, I would like to speak to you after class. Oh, I said disappointingly, and I turned around to face the class. Every boy and girl were giving me looks. None of them were nice or encouraging. Glances at Ken's empty desk. I glanced at Ken's empty desk inside. Well, here goes nothing. Takeru was not always the warrior of hope. He was the son of a powerful king who ruled over the holy digitals. Takeru helped his father take care of them and train them. Takeru was often seen dining and training with the holy digitals, such as Tokomon, Patamon, Angemon, and Magna Angemon. But one day, when he was training with Angemon, an evil digital named Devimon attacked. When he woke up, he learned that Angemon saved him by taking him to the kingdom in the sky, home of the 3 celestial digitals. One of the celestials, Ophanimon, recognized him as the son of the holy digital's king and gave him special powers that he would have to figure out on his own. He also received an orange-striped egg, a portable computer, and a green oval-like device with a white center from the other 2 celestial digitals. He was raised by Angemon and the rest of the holy digitals. They taught him how to survive and how to use his new powers. Over time, the egg hatched and became a Patamon. Takeru helped his partner evolve to his champion form. As he grew, Takeru received wings and was able to master his powers, giving him the title as the Warrior of Hope. But that was years ago. I first met him when he saved me when I was skydiving during the summer. I took him home and he told me of his home, Planet Digital, and how he was searching for his father, who was rumored to be captured by the Kaiser. He said I could visit Planet Digital one day. And then one night I was visited by a light, a beautiful girl with short brown hair and cherry-colored eyes. Her name was Hikari. She smiled at me and told me she came to bring Takeru home, where a great evil was threatening Planet Digital. She asked if I could come with them, but I refused, saying that I had school tomorrow. I watched as they left, and I haven't seen Takeru and Hikari since then. That's what I did this summer. I looked up from my journal and saw Ken sitting in his seat. He had a soft smile on his face that could light up a room, and his eyes were sparkling with interest and curiosity. The rest of the class, however, had looks of mockery and disbelief. Some students threw paper balls at me as they laughed, while others yelled insults at me and called me names. Stop! Mr. Arakawa spoke up, looking disappointingly at the class. I will not tolerate disrespect in my class. That includes those of you who threw paper balls at Mr. Motomaya. You will be picking those up at the end of class. You were supposed to tell a true story, Motomaya. Or are you just stupid? The jerk said dryly. It is a true story, I retorted back. Does Hikari have another name like Takeru does? Or have special powers too? My best friend asked curiously. There is no such thing as Hikari, Mr. Arakawa told Ken. Ouch. I turned a couple of pages until I found the page of Hikari. Hikari lives with the Royal Knights in angelic and mystical digitals. She is partnered with a holy digital named Gatoma, and she can form energy arrows and summon energy balls from her hands. Interesting. Ken breathed in awe. He believed me. You can't possibly be believing this loser's lies, Ken. Ken stiffened slightly at the sound of his brother's voice, and his eyes downcast to his desk in shame. I shot a glare to the now renamed bastard, who was sitting at a desk near the window. That guy was no longer a jerk. He was a full-fledged bastard. You hear me, world? Sam Ichijoji is a bastard. Mr. Ichijoji, Mr. Arakawa had seen the way Ken had reacted to his brother, and was now glaring emotionally at the elder Ichijoji. You will not talk that way towards your classmates, including Mr. Motomaya. If your comments are not positive and respectful, do not speak them. Is that clear? Sam Ichijoji had an unreadable expression on his face, as well, but I could tell he was very angry. Crystal. Good, Mr. Arakawa said with a smile. You're next, by the way. Thank you, Mr. Motomaya. That was a lovely presentation. Please take a seat. I watched as Ichijoji walked from his seat to the front of the class as I made my way to mine. Ichijoji sent a look of pure hatred at me as I took my seat next to Ken. I turned my body defiantly away from him and looked at my friend in concern. Ken, are you okay? Ken lifted his gaze to me and tried to cover up the pain that Ichijoji's words caused. He didn't cover it fast enough, though. I saw the hurt and fear reflected in those violet orbs. Why won't he let me in? Was he afraid I won't help him? Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. He smiled, but I could tell it was fake. Why are you hiding your pain, Ken? Please let me help you. I'll talk later, okay? He was about to start. Ken added, and I sent him a stubborn look that told him I knew he was lying. I smiled in victory. Sure. Maybe I could get him to open up today and tell me what was wrong. I'm telling you, that kid was just as stubborn as me. The only difference was that he's a lot nicer and gentle about it. I'm blunt and straightforward. During the summer, I got a letter to go to the Young Minds Scientific Award. And it was the best day of my life. My invention was picked out of over 5,000 contestants worldwide to receive this award and win the grand prize of $3,000. Wow, the clothes echoed. I rolled my eyes. Show off. My family was coming with me to Shibuya. However, that was the same day my little brother was hanging out with a childhood friend of his and was not home at the time. My parents forgot that he was at his friend's and asked me to go get him. When I got there, I was told that my younger brother was at his friend's band's practice. Ken's friend is in a band and is trying to become famous, though they're not very good in my opinion. I don't know why Ken doesn't tell him that. Ken looked away as his brother rambled on a little bit. I restrained myself from making any crude comments. I didn't want the teacher to go after me. I like him, but he could be scary at times. After I brought Ken back, we got our things together and left. The drive was long and boring, but it was worth it. My parents did stop a few times for food and other breaks. Though it was really annoying that Ken got a call for some dog. Hey, what was he calling a dog? I saw the look on my brother's face and I immediately took the phone for him. I gave the guy my opinion of him and told him to leave my brother alone if he knew what's good for him. I know what you're thinking. Why did I do that? Well, you see, I had to protect my baby brother. You would do the same for yours if you were in my shoes. My class was looking at him in awe. They believed he was being the protective brother. What they didn't know was that I was on the other line asking Ken if he wanted to come over and hang out with me. I toned out Ichichoji for the rest of class and pretty much missed the glares he sent me when he finished. I didn't even notice some of the other kids going up and doing their reports until I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned to see it was Ken before the bell rang for the end of class. I blinked, realizing I pretty much went into La La Land during class. Ken giggled at me when he saw the confused look on my face. Come on, Davis, let's go to lunch. I gave him a wounded look. I quickly let it go and laughed along with him. Sure, let's go. I'm hungry. I stuffed my things into my bag, grabbing Ken's hand as I ran out the door, completely forgetting my talk with the teacher. Ken laughed the entire way as I dragged him down the hall and into the cafeteria. I really like it when he laughed, and I could listen to it forever. How is it that you still have all that energy? Ken asked as soon as we got online. Actually, it was more like I ran to the line since I didn't stop running when we got into the cafeteria. I don't know. I just do. I always tend to have a lot of energy, which really annoys Junezilla, I said as I grabbed a bowl of mashed potato, chicken, corn, jello, and a carton of juice for the both of us. You probably have high stamina or something, Ken said thoughtfully before giving me a disappointed look. Davis, don't say that about your sister. It isn't nice. I patted at him. But Ken, she is. I whined playfully. Ken sighed at me and shook his head at my whining, while we walked to our table near the window. Before we sat down, a thought came to my mind. Usually when we ate at the cafeteria, Sam Ichijoji and his posse usually came to our table and dragged Ken away to theirs. Not today, though. Hey, Ken, let's eat somewhere else today. Ken blinked at me in a confused manner. Okay. Where would we go then? Great. It was all for it. I thought for a moment. Where should we go? We could always go outside. But where? I looked out the window and then it hit me. Why don't we go where we first met? A look of surprise appeared on his face at my suggestion. After a few seconds, it turned into a soft smile. Sure, why not? We haven't been there in a while. And with that, we walked outside and headed straight for a familiar tree in the distance. I remembered when I first came to this school, no one wanted to be my friend. They were very mean to me. I was sitting at the root of the beautiful tree. This tree was beautiful with its pink and white flowers. It was still standing tall for how old it was. That was the day Ken saw me and sat next to me. I thought he was going to be like everyone else and make fun of me, so I lifted my head to glare at him, tell him to go away, but I stopped short when I got a good look at him. Ken radiated with kindness and warmth. He gave me a sad, curious look as he asked if I was okay. I mean, his voice was filled with kindness. I never thought a person could be so nice and kind. He was sad when I told him and clearly thought the other children were wrong, and that there was nothing wrong with being a dreamer. After that day, I found myself getting closer to the kind genius. I gained a good friend, and a personal tutor at that, despite his brother's attempts to keep me away from him. Over the months of being friends with him, I got to know him better, and began developing feelings for him, and it had been growing deeper over the years. This brings back memories, doesn't it, Ken? I asked as we sat down and began to eat our lunches. Yeah, it does. For the rest of the period, we ate and made small talk. I did ask Ken about what happened in class. but he had gone quiet when I asked, and looked so sad, and I didn't like that, and I didn't like it. And I'm sorry. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. And shook his head sadly, never removing eye contact with me. No, it's okay. I'm used to Sam's treatment by now. I should have known better. Rio told me he had a falling out with my brother, but I didn't know it was this bad. And I thought that Sam would get over the breakup by now and move on. Oh, but I guess I was wrong, he said with a shrug of his shoulders. I tried to process what Ken told me. Wait, they were a couple? Obvious answer, I know. My brain was shot, assuming. Yeah. Ken blinked and gave me a look that said I should have known this already. So, were you okay with this? I mean, them being ex-lovers and all. Would you be okay when I get the courage to ask him? Of course I am, he said defensively. You're my brother and best friend. Why wouldn't I be? It's not like there's anything wrong with two guys dating or anything. And paused for a moment before asking, why, you ask? No reason. People don't accept this type of coupling, that's all. Yes, so he was fine with it. I may still have a chance after all. And looked at his watch, and I began to speak again. As I began to speak again. So Ken, what's wrong? He looked at me and grabbed his stuff. We should head back now. The bell is about to ring. Drat. Oh well, maybe tomorrow then. With that final thought, I quickly got my stuff together and followed Ken back to the school, where we attended the rest of our classes. I sighed in relief as the bell to go home rang. I slowly exited the gym's locker room and proceeded to walk home. Usually I enjoy gym class, since I have all the high stamina and all. Thank you, Ken. However, I was so distracted today that I ended up getting yelled at by the gym teacher and students. Ugh, worst day ever. I exited the school and started to walk off the school grounds. As I walked, I got a bad feeling that something was going to happen, and I was right too. As soon as I passed the park near the edge of the school, I was ambushed by none other than Sam Ichijoji and his genius posse. Ichijoji gave me a look as he took my bag, while the rest of his posse pushed me against the jungle gym and ganged up on me for several minutes. I managed to kick 2 of the 4 away from me before I got hit in the face with my own bag. The bag hurt a lot. I was in a daze for a few seconds, giving Ichijoji and his posse enough time to leave. I groaned as I got up and pulled my bag to my right shoulder again. Damn, that hurt. I rubbed the right side of my face as it throbbed slightly. What on earth just happened? I asked, to no one in particular, as I continued to walk home. Okay, and that's the end of chapter 1. Let's see the next chapter. And we're gonna put this into read mode. And I'm just gonna drink some water before we continue. Okay, Chapter 2, Voices and Feathers. Later that night, I was trying to sleep, but voices kept swarming in my head. Davis, wake up! Sleep, Davis. Open your eyes, Davis. Sleep with your eyes open. Stay dreaming. Wake up! I woke up with a start. I looked around. Lightning flashed outside, making my room flicker with light before returning back to darkness. I looked at the clock and saw that the time read 4 a.m. I closed my eyes, but I tried to stifle a huge yawn. It was too damn early. I opened my eyes sleepily. I was shocked to see a trail of yellow feathers on the floor, leading out the door. I got out of bed and followed the feathers. I walked past my parents' and sister's rooms, and I walked into the kitchen. When I entered the kitchen, I saw that the fridge was open. On the counter, I found a half-empty glass of milk and half-eaten cookies. On the floor was a collection of pink and yellow feathers. Takeru, Hikari. Lightning and thunder flashed outside as my sister came into the kitchen, scaring me to death. What are you doing here, twerp? Nothing. Nothing that concerns you, June. She turned on the light and gave me a dark look. Davis, Mom made that for you for your class. Couldn't wait until tomorrow to eat them? But June, I didn't. It was Takeru and Hikari. I don't have time for this. Go back to bed and take your imaginary friends with you. I growled as I stormed back to my room. They are not imaginary. They are real. I mumbled to myself. I turned off the lights and went back to bed. I closed my eyes as my thoughts continued to drift. I don't want to go to school. Them and the others will do something for sure. They have my journal. I wish I could go to Planet Digital. I want Ken to let me into his heart. I want to tell him I like him as something more. Will he like me back or leave me behind? No, he wouldn't do that. His brother dated a guy and didn't seem troubled by it. I want to tell him, but I just can't. Ken's so kind and smart, but I'm not. And Ken doesn't seem to care. I guess I'll have to wait until tomorrow then. And with that, I fell back to sleep. Okay, yeah, that chapter is short, but yeah, that's the end of that one. Okay, chapter 3. Takeru and Hikari. I woke up the next morning with a groan. The alarm was blasting, and the sun was shining through my window. It was a pity that it wasn't snowing or something. With a sigh, I got ready for school. During breakfast, both of my parents rushed to go to work, leaving June and me in the house. We talked briefly before I had to leave to go to school. As I walked outside, I spot yellow and pink feathers. What type of birds could those belong to? I jumped when my sister spoke from behind me. Junezilla laughed and gave me a little shove. Come on, you shouldn't want to keep your bestie waiting. I smiled at that. I've told my sister about Ken, and she was happy to know that I finally found someone who wanted to be my friend and stood up for me when I needed it. She also appreciated that Ken was my unofficial personal tutor. Less work for her, I guess. With another push from my sister, I was off. Walking to the school was a short walk. I entered the school grounds without any serious problems. Walking into the class, however, was a different story. As I walked into the class, I saw Ken sitting in his seat. He smiled when he saw me. I smiled back at him, and I walked towards my desk. Hey, Ken. Hi, Davis. I frowned. Something was wrong. Ken was talking a little too timidly. Are you okay? He nodded. Did your brother do something? Ken looked nervously over his shoulder and looked in the direction of the window. I followed his gaze and came eye to eye with Sam Ichijoji. Ichijoji had a smug look on his face. Something was up. I turned back to Ken and saw him clenching his bat close to him. Ken? Yes? He whispered softly. What did the bastard do? Did he hurt you? Ken shook his head no. I'm confused now. Is this something I won't like? He nodded yes. My frown deepened. What could Ichijoji possibly do that would upset me? I do get upset when Ken gets his feelings hurt, or when Ichijoji hurts him. That usually leads to arguments between us. Other than that was pretty much it. There would be nothing else that would upset me unless... Oh no. I looked at Ken in horror. My journal? I unfortunately growled that, causing Ken to whimper and flinch away from me. This surprised me. What did Ichijoji do to him? Ken was acting as if I would harm him. I'm sorry, he cried softly. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him. Ryu and I were walking home together when I saw he had it, and I tried to get it back, but he overpowered me. I'm so sorry. I listened as Ken blamed himself for not stopping Ichijoji from doing something with my journal. I can't stand to see him like this. I pulled him into an embrace and rubbed his back soothingly. I ignored the looks I got. Ken, I whispered into his ear. Whatever your brother did is not your fault. I can't blame you for something he did. You tried to get it back, and that's all that matters. Besides, I can never be mad at you. Really? Ken asked after he pushed away to look at me. Yes, I promise. I smiled reassuringly. Does he still have my journal? No, he threw it at me when I saw him this morning. He did what? He threw it? I repeated slowly. That guy deserves to be punched. Yes. He opened his bag and gently took out a brown leather journal. Here. And handed the book back to me with the utmost care. He was really sweet. I appreciate him treating it like it was fragile and delicate. I took the book back gratefully and opened the book. Oh, what the... My hand shook slightly as I looked through my ruined journal. No. The pages of my journals were written on, drawn on, crossed off, or smudged on. I couldn't hold back my anger and shock. I ignored Ken's pleas to calm down. I was well aware that Mr. Arikawa would give me detention in a heartbeat if a fight broke out. Ken knew this and was trying to calm me down so I wouldn't get detention. I really did not care. Ichijoji damaged my journal. This was personal. I stood up, knocking my chair to the ground and spun around towards Ichijoji's direction. My face was red with anger as I yelled, Ichijoji, you asshole! What have you done? Ichijoji smiled smugly at me while sending me a glare of his own. Mr. Monomaya, class has started. Take your seat and sit down, Mr. Arikawa commanded from his desk. He ruined my journal, I snapped back. I did not, Ichijoji snapped back. Mr. Arikawa, I did nothing wrong. He's lying. In rage, I threw my journal at Ichijoji, knocking his glasses off his face. It cracked when it fell to the ground. Enough! Davis Motomaya, said Ichijoji. At the end of class, you two are to report to the principal's office with your parents. Ken gasped from next to me. But I'm not sure if it was from the argument resulting in me and Ichijoji going to the principal's office after class or from the commotion that was happening outside. Right outside the school, gray clouds formed in the sky. Thunder and strong winds could be seen as the clouds and winds created a twister. Mr. Arikawa was caught off guard as the strong winds slammed one of the windows open. I crouched behind my desk as Mr. Arikawa rushed to close the window. This proved to be pointless since the strong wind slammed open the rest of the windows. Vapor flew everywhere as soon as the windows opened. Everyone hide under his or her desk. Hold on. Everyone hide under his or her desk as Mr. Arikawa yelled, Everyone get down! Screams from my classmates could be heard as the windows flew off their hinges and crashed into the floor in the classroom, followed by two angels. I looked over my desk and saw a girl with brown hair and pink wings, and a boy with yellow hair and yellow wings. It's them. Ken whispered from next to me. Some of the other classmates said something similar, but others said, wow, they're real? Angels? It's Takeru and Hikari. Impossible. I figured Shoji would say that. I'm looking for Davis, the girl angel said, as she looked from student to student. The girl had a sweet and gentle voice, but the tone was also demanding. I felt Ken take my hand and pulled me behind him as my classmates pointed to my desk. I felt Ken stiffen as the angels walked to our desks. I placed my left hand on his shoulder and looked at his face. Ken's face was guarded as he stared at the angels that were coming our way. The pink-winged angel stopped in the opening between our desk and the row of desks behind us. The angel smiled at us and took a step forward. This was probably a bad move on her part, since this just forced Ken to make the both of us get to our feet and back away from her. I gave her an apologetic look as Ken stood protectively in front of me, glaring at her in warning. I told you, Ken does not trust people easily, and could get very protective when he feels someone he cares about is threatened. The angels noticed this and stopped their advances. I am Hikari, and this is Takeru. It is nice to meet you. Hikari spoke with a warmth towards my best friend. We're not going to harm Davis. We need his help. Despite how nice Hikari seemed, Ken's glare and protective aura did not waver. I squeezed Ken's shoulder to get his attention. He looked at me with a concerned look, but the uncertainty and protectiveness were still there. You just gotta love that guy sometimes. It's okay, Ken, I'll go. But Davis, I promise we won't let anything happen to him. We need his assistance to save our home, Planet Digital. Takeru spoke before Ken could protest. You have my word as a prince. Takeru gave Ken a kind smile. I felt my stomach twist into knots. Is it just me, or was he flirting with my crush? I'll kill him if he is. And oblivious to my inner jealousy, looked uncertain. I could tell he was contemplating between letting me go with them or fighting them to protect me. We watched as Ken studied the two angels in front of us. I snickered as Takeru fidgeted under Ken's heated glare. And if you thought Sam Ichijose's glare was frightening, well, then you've been lucky. Ken's glare was twice as worse and twice as frightening. With a sigh, Ken let go of my wrist and motioned for me to pass. Alright, you can have him. The angels looked relieved, but were taken aback by the intensity of Ken's glare. However, if I find out that you've gone back on your word and he does get hurt, I will personally hunt you down and make you pay. I hugged my best friend. Lesson number 1, which was my personal favorite, was to never get on Ken's bad side. I personally like to think of Ken as a mommy and daddy bear put together. You mess with the cub, you will feel the pain, big time, I thought with a silent snicker. Takeru laughed nervously as he backed away from the violet-eyed boy. Hikari simply smiled at him for allowing me to go. Thank you. He will be perfectly safe. Surprisingly, Ken gave her his own smile and released me from the hug. Okay, and that was the end of chapter 3. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna put this in reader mode. Okay. Chapter 4. Planet Digital. I followed the two angels to their ship, which looked like a big egg with wings. As we entered, Takeru gave me a nervous look. And, for a minute there, I thought your friend was going to attack me or something. I grinned proudly. Yeah, you really rubbed off on him badly. He's usually quiet. He's usually quiet and friendly around new people. Takeru gave me a look. What do you mean by that? He means that he must have sensed something about us and felt threatened about it. He merely went on the defensive and was willing to protect Davis if he needed to. Hikari explained as she closed the ship doors behind us. Takeru groaned as he took his seat. King's worst thing, Queen Sora, Big Brother, and Prince Mimi put together. Hikari and I chuckled as we took our seats. Hikari pressed many strange buttons and one thingies to start up the ship. You may be right about that, but I think it's cute. And they do make a good couple, don't you think? I blushed, and Takeru laughed at my embarrassment. He is not my boyfriend. Yet, Takeru said slyly. Shut up, Angel Boy. I glared at him. Besides, I don't even know if he likes me or not. I said more calmly. You're kidding, right? From where I was standing, he was obviously ready to protect what was his. For the entire ride, I argued with Takeru until we landed onto Planet Digital. And by that I mean that I forgot to dream away to land the ship. So, we crashed. Once we made sure we were all in one place, we exited the ship. I looked around and noticed something was off. Do you recognize your dream world, Davis? I frowned. Honestly, no. This is why I write everything down. Not really. I feel like I should, but I just don't. Hikari had a sad look on her face. It's affecting him too, she said. She told Takeru. I thought that he would just remember if we brought him here. I turned to them and asked, what do you mean? What am I supposed to remember? Your dreams, Takeru replied. This planet, us, our powers. I have powers? I asked. That sounded cool. I wonder what they are. Hikari smiled. Yes, Davis. You have more than any of us. Don't you know that? Her wing touched my arm as she walked next to me. Everything that is or was began with a single dream. And you dreamt us, Davis. And the rest of Planet Digital. Its people, rulers, everything. Every dream you ever had lands right here in Planet Digital, Takeru added. But why is it so dark? The sky was very dark. It didn't seem right. It didn't seem normal. Planet Digital is dying. Dying? How could a planet of data die? I wish Ken were here. He's smart. It began yesterday. About a year ago, a boy called the Kaiser has been attacking many areas of Planet Digital. We were able to beat his armies many times until recently. We don't know how, but the Kaiser has gotten very powerful suddenly. It was able to take out the Royal Knights and Celestial Digitals. She turned to Takeru. What's the countdown, Takeru? Takeru took out his portable computer and pressed a button. The top opened to reveal a countdown. The darkness will take over the entire planet in 45 minutes. That's not a lot of time. Well, what do we do? I asked. Takeru pointed to a very tall black mountain with a house on top of it. A purplish light was coming out of the house. We have to go to Spiral Mountain. That is where all your dreams are kept. It's on the other side of the planet. How we get there? I asked. We have to travel through Primary Village, catch a trailmon to Dragon Island, swim down the digital stream, and go across the Sea of Darkness, now covered in ice. Takeru had a hard look on his face. Why did you do it, Davis? Why did you dream of darkness? It's caused nothing but pain. Hikari stood in front of me. He didn't mean it.
If he did, we would be evil, fallen angels, just like those virals. She paused and turned to me. I'm not evil, right, Davis? My eyes widened. Of course not. You're an angel of good, not evil. Same for you, Takeru. Takeru was about to respond when a black cloud appeared, shooting black lightning bolts everywhere. Run! It's the darkness! Takeru and Hikari ran down a dull-colored bridge. I followed them, wondering how on earth I got into this mess. Hikari! Takeru! Over here! On some kind of platform was a white cat with blue eyes and yellow lion paws and a flying orange and white hamster bat. Gatomon! Hikari yelled as she took out a pink oval device with a white center. Patamon! Takeru yelled, taking out a similar device that was green. That was a green with a white center. Sinka! The two devices began to glow and shot a beam of light into the two digitals, changing them. Gatomon Sinka. Gatomon's body changed into a woman with long blonde hair. She lost both her yellow lion claws and gained a white glove on her left hand. She wore a helmet that covered half of her face, white boots, a white angel skin suit that covered her body and left leg with a gold ring attached to it. A pink ribbon with symbols on it wrapped around her arms, and eight angel wings appeared on her back. Angel Woman. My name is Angel Woman. I'm a Holy Angel, Ultimate Digital. My attacks are Celestial Arrow and Heaven's Charm. Patamon Sinka. Patamon's body changed into a man with long brown hair. He wore a helmet that covers half of his face, white boots, a white angel skin suit that covers his body, a blue ribbon with symbols that wrapped around his left arm and right leg, a blue cloth that was attached to a belt on his waist. A golden staff appeared in his right hand and had six angel wings. Angemon. My name is Angemon. I'm a Holy Angel Champion Digital. My attacks are Hand of Fate and Angel's Rod. Oh, wow. We ran into the two digitals, and they picked us up and flew away before the darkness caught us. I was riding with Hikari and Angemon, while Takeru rode with Angemon. Oh, that was amazing. The two angels smiled at my comment as we flew into what looked like an amusement park. The rides looked rusted and broken, and it looked like no one had used it in a while. In the distance, I watched as darkness touched a Ferris wheel. To my horror, it disintegrated into data. I turned to Hikari, who was watching as well. It's sad, isn't it? I gulped. At this rate, Planet Digio and everyone in it will be nothing more than data. I looked back again and watched as the darkness destroyed everything in its path. There had to be a way to stop it. I couldn't let this place get destroyed. Many lives would be lost. We're almost there, Andromeda called out. I looked in the direction he was pointing at. It was a very large mountain. I bet it was bigger than Mount Fuji. That's Infinity Mountain, Hikari told him. Many humans and digitals have been held hostage by a powerful dark sorcerer named Yukio. He also gets help from his servant, a spider lady named...
Thank you for the second hydrate blanket. Let me grab the Oreo. 1 sec. Thank you again, Blanket. Okay, he also gets help from his servants. A spider lady named Arikanomon and a mummy named Mummymon, Takeru added. I frowned. Planet Digi was supposed to be a place to have fun and dream, to escape from the cruelties of life. Angemon and Jawelmon entered through a hole near the waterfall. Once inside, they got us on the ground. The mountain was amazing on the inside. There was a single tunnel that led to a huge room. On the walls of the room, I saw many human children and digitals trapped in red, clear balls of energy. The humans were tied up with mummy bandages, and the digitals were tied up with spider webbing. Each ball seemed to be connected to wires that led to another part of the mountain. We need to free them! Angemon, Andromon, Hikari, and Takeru took to the air. Hikari and Angemon summoned energy arrows. Oh, I just remembered I thought that's a typo. Okay. Hikari and yeah, I was right. Hikari and Jawelmon summoned energy arrows and shot them at the balls. Angemon and Takeru summoned a yellow beam of light from their fists and shot at their respective balls. Hand of Fate, Heaven's Knuckle, Celestial Arrow, Holy Arrow. I had to cover my eyes as they used their attacks. It was a little too bright. When the light finally cleared, I told the other humans and digitals to escape from this place, to get to somewhere safe. Unfortunately, the bad guys decided to appear before we got to make our escape. Hey, at least the others got out. A black smoke appeared, throwing the digitals and two humans with wings to the ground. Webbing and bandages surrounded all of us as a man in a black witch hat and black robe and purple trimmings appeared. Who dares free my prisoners? God, he looks like Mr. Arikawa. I sure have a wild imagination. I'm assuming it's these brats, my lord. The spider lady was frightening. She looked like a big red spider with purple stripes on her body. She had 6 spider legs wrapped in bandages, a long white mane, huge wide claws for hands, and red horns on her head. Looks that way, my love. Oh God, Lover Boy was basically a mummy with a very big gun that I did not want to get shot with. Hell, Dad would have had a field day if he found out about this. Oh, quiet. Wait. Oh, quit it, you two. Yukio sneered. Well, well, well. Look what the angels dropped in. Prince Takeru and Princess Hikari, and their little pets too. What are you two doing freely? What are you two doing freeing my subjects and trespassing into my lair? You don't need your permission to enter here, Angemon yelled. We're going to stop you and your master, the Kaiser, before all is lost, Angemon added. That's right, ugly, Takeru and Hikari chimed in. Really? Maybe insulting the enemy was not the best idea. It might be 5 against 3, but they clearly had the upper hand. They did have us tied up like a pretzel and all. Harukanemon, Mummymon, get rid of them. The 2 digitals in question tightened their hold on us as they dragged us to the other side of the room. Harukanemon pressed the button, and a black wormhole appeared. Have a nice trip, brats. Harukanemon laughed wickedly as she and Mummymon threw us in. I did not scream the entire way as we traveled through this wormhole. I didn't really. Anyway, we were in there for several minutes before we were thrown into this gray beach. Literally, everything was gray. The sky, the sand, the ocean, everything. And I got a bad feeling about this place. What is this place anyway? Oh no! Kari moaned in despair. It's the dark ocean! The world of darkness! What? World of darkness? Don't worry, Hikari. I won't let the darkness take you. Digimon said, hugging her friend from behind. Yeah. Hikari still looked troubled though. I sighed. How do we get out of here? I asked, looking at Hikari as I did so. She looked thoughtful for a moment before replying. You can always redream your dreams. That was impossible. I couldn't. That was why I had my dream journal, or at least I used to until Ichichoji vandalized it. That's right, Takeru cheered. I looked around and saw a boulder. He grabbed my hand and pulled me to it and made me sit down. Now close your eyes and dream. Redream your dream. I frowned. I understood where he was getting at, but I just couldn't. Guys, I can't. I can never really remember my dreams in detail anyway. That's why I write it down in my journal. Where's your journal then? Digimon asked. It's a long story, I said dryly. We got time, Digimon said. And the others nodded in agreement. I sighed again. I really didn't want to talk about him. Well, yesterday, I was to read a report on what I did over the summer. I talked about how I met you and you too, Takeru and Hikari, and I got insulted by my classmates. Hikari frowned at that. The only one who seemed to believe me was my best friend Ken. You've met him. He's the one that you're afraid of to be near. Takeru. The two angels laughed as Takeru glared at me. Ken is my best friend and he helps me at school. No one really picks on me when he's around. They are more afraid of what Ichichoji would do if he finds out they were picking on his brother. Sam Ichichoji is Ken's brother, by the way. Yeah, he's one cold bastard. Dr. Hikari looked surprised at my language. He's like the ringleader at a circus. He has the whole school against me. He doesn't like me very much and hates that Ken managed to befriend me. He tries very hard to separate us. This Sam character is probably just very protective of your boyfriend, Takeru countered. Takeru smiled when I didn't yell that he wasn't my boyfriend yet. He's not. That guy should get an award for how badly he treats his little brother. They all stiffened at that. I knew they would. You should see how many times I've seen Ken cry because of him, or when he comes to school with new bruises. It's frustrating. Hikari had tears in her eyes. I knew she liked Ken from the start, and hearing that his brother was abusing him was probably troubling to hear. Anyway, I was walking home from school yesterday and got ambushed by Ichichoji and his friends. They stole my journal and ran off. Today, when I got to school, Ken returned it to me. The reason he had it was because Ichichoji threw it at him that morning. He was very upset that he wasn't able to get the book back before his brother vandalized it. The angels looked shocked this time, and the human angels looked angry. I was so angry that I yelled at Ichichoji and threw my journal at him. You guys came and you know the rest. Several minutes passed before anyone said anything. Takeru and Hikari's anger turned to worry during that time. The sound of lightning was heard. We all looked in the direction of the sound. We jumped to our feet when we saw the familiar gray cloud of darkness. Takeru and Hikari paled. Run, everyone! It's the darkness! We all ran into the forest of gray trees. I got hit and scratched by the stupid branches that stood out of the trees. We all ran, not even talking, not even looking back to see if we got far enough, until we reached the end of the trees and into a clearing. In this clearing, there was a metal hand.
Confused, I walked to it and it looked familiar. There was another hand, part of a body, and a head made of an aluminum can. My eyes widened as I remembered who this was. It was V, the homework whiz. It's V! V? Everyone repeated behind me as I walked closer to my old friend. He was huge. Yeah, V. I dreamt him when I was younger. He was a robot that could help me with my homework. I tried to build him once with my sister, but everyone else, including my parents, kept telling me it would never work. So I stopped and gave up on it. And it got sent here, Takeru concluded. Lost and forgotten. I studied my old idea and felt guilty. It was sad to realize that I had forgotten about him. I thought up of V in the first place because my sister felt I needed a tutor, since I suffered from dyslexia and ADHD. My parents were furious when my grades kept getting worse. They stressed me out with their constant complaining of what a failure I was, and pushed me harder to improve in my schoolwork, but refused to spend the money to get me a tutor. They were thrilled when Ken agreed to help me, and asked for nothing in return, though my sister did pay him by making us snacks and dinner. Do you think he can help us? Digimon asked. He should. He's supposed to be very intelligent and helpful. I stood in front of V. I hope this works. V! Awake! I commanded. I watched as V's eyes opened. His eyes were red and blinked as he replied to my command. Yes, Davis, how can I help you? His voice sounded deep and patient. It works! I exclaimed, facing Takeru and Hikari, before turning back to V. We can ask him anything now. Really? Hikari asked. Can I? Hikari stood next to me and looked up to V. V, tell me, am I evil? The darkness keeps coming after me, telling me to be their queen. You are not evil, my dear. The darkness fears you. You are their enemy. She brightened at his reply. Hikari backed up as Takeru took her place and stood next to me. Takeru had a guarded expression on his face. Who sent Digimon to attack my home? Is it true that my father is alive, or did the darkness kill him already? So that's why he was so guarded. That evil viral was sent by no one. He was among those who hated your father and the powers of good. Your father is alive, but he's being held hostage at one of the Kaiser's secret prisons. How do I save Planet Digital and stop darkness? I asked. The answer is in your dreams, Davis. But this will not be an easy task. You mean if we put him to sleep, we can get out of this mess? Takeru replied darkly. He must still be upset. No, at least not here. The corrupted darkness is falling. Any dream of his will become a nightmare. And you don't want those becoming a reality. Kaiser will certainly use any evil digitals he dreams against you. But if you go to Toy Town, of course, the two-angel digital said. That's where the good dreams are. Where the answers are. That's a perfect place. It's a fun and colorful place. You'll be able to sleep easily there, Hikari told me. That's not all, V informed us. We all looked at him. You will not be able to defeat the corrupted darkness with dreams alone. You will need to use the powers of the crests. I heard of this. Takeru spoke up. Legend has it that there are 10 crests in total. Courage, friendship, knowledge, purity, honesty, hope, light, kindness, and miracles. How do we get there? I asked. After you travel to Toy Town, you must seek out the Prince of the Virals. What? Takeru snapped. He rules over the Virals. They are evil. Do not mistake Virals as evil, V commanded. Like light, darkness is neither good nor evil. Like light, darkness is neither evil nor good. Do not compare the corrupted darkness of that of the neutral darkness. Takeru wanted to protest more, but Hikari shut him up with a look. Even she seemed to know that there was a line between good and evil. Light and darkness are opposites and are needed to balance each other out. However, people do tend to manipulate darkness for their own selfish purposes. Can you take us? I asked V, and he blinked in confusion. I do not have a body, he told us. I cannot move. You can move your eyes and mouth, Andromon suggested. Okay, and that was the end of that chapter. Okay, so before we continue, I am gonna go to the bathroom real quick from all that water I just drank. So, I will be right back. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so there are 6 chapters left. That's including the one I'm about to read now. Thank you, Blanket. Okay, so this chapter is called Toy Town. What do you mean that the viral digitals are not evil? I asked. As Patamon, Gatamon, and I What do you mean that the viral digitals are not evil? I asked. As Patamon, Gatamon, and I sat on V's robotic mouth. Takeru and Hikari were sitting on V's eyes. V was flying in the air, taking us to a Trailmon. Viral digitals, like all digitals, are neither good nor evil. It's up to them what path they want to take. Virals by nature are mischievous and love pranks. However, there are some who are powerful or legendary warriors and fight for good. These are the ones that the prince protects. He has a big heart for all digitals, but does not like how some believe he is evil due to those that are evil. This is wrong. Then what about the evil virals then? Takeru asked. Those that refuse the prince's protection serves the Kaiser. Do not mistake the two. The prince rules alongside the neutral darkness, while the Kaiser rules the corrupted darkness. You will need the wisdom and help of the prince before you can stop the Kaiser. Takeru looked doubtful, while Hikari looked thoughtful. Two sides of darkness. One good, one evil. It's just like light, right? Yes. Light is the same concept. Light or darkness, it all depends on how a person or digital uses it. V replied. I'm losing it. You're taking us to Toy Town, Gatomon answered. Concern was laced in her voice. No, I mean, I'm losing the trail on. It's going off track. We looked down to see a green and white train with eyes going back and forth on the track. Andromon said something about the Trailmon being called Raccoon Dog or something. Evie got closer to the Trailmon and let us off. Takeru and Hikari got off first. Patamon and Gatomon got off next, followed by me. How do we get the Trailmon back on course? The Trailmon gets easily distracted. Keep him focused. He will take you to Toy Town. Thank you, V. I smiled at him. I'm sorry I forgot about you. I promise. I'll ask Ken to help me finish building you. He laughed and thanked me. I watched as he flew away and left my view completely before I went into the train. Takeru and Hikari were frantically pulling and pushing various buttons and levers, but the Trailmon would not stop going out of control. I looked at a screen in the middle of the panel and a red warning message appeared. Apparently, this Trailmon's life had ended already and was supposed to crumble and turn into an egg to be reborn at Primary Village. However, the darkness had changed its programming, making sure he wouldn't be reborn until the train digital crashed. What do we do? It's Raccoon's dog's time to be reborn. Patamon asked from where he was flying over my shoulder. We can always scream as we crash to our demise, Gatomon suggested. We all followed her frightening suggestion and screamed. Hikari stopped and ran to the door. Everyone was alarmed when she opened the door. Come on, everyone, it's okay, she told us before jumping out of the Trailmon. We all looked at each other, bewildered for a few seconds before we all jumped out of the Trailmon too. I yelled manly as I fell from the sky. Honest, I will admit that Takeru sounded like such a girl. One of those cheerleader girls at that, though I would never say that to his face. He would nag me about hitting me with his holy wrath or something lame like that. Oh, that was amazing, I yelled at the top of my lungs as we landed on what looked like huge mattresses. Takeru grumbled, saying that it was not, but I knew he was lying. He had a smile on his face. I sat up on the mattress and looked around. I felt like I was on one of those Toy Story movies or something. There were many digitals that looked like Lego dinos, huge teddy bears, toy panda bears, and houses that looked like something I made in kindergarten. We're here, Hikari said with a lovely smile on her face. It suited her. Whoever she chose to be her boyfriend was very lucky. At Toy Town, we all looked around, glad that we made it. Hikari grabbed my hand and forced me to lie down. A dream, Davis. Maybe you could dream us into the Kaiser's lair, Takeru added. I tried to dream, but I couldn't. There was too much noise. It sounded like laughing and stomping. I opened my eyes and looked around. I was glad I wasn't the only one who heard it. Patamon's ears twitched. She picked up the sounds and told us to all hide. They got off the mattress and hid behind a Lego block. The sound of laughter could be heard as two families of dolls came into view. My eyes began to moist as I recognized the dolls. I'm not sure why, but the dolls looked similar to mine and Ken's family. 4 of the dolls looked like adults. The 2 dolls with maroon-colored hair looked like my mom and dad. They both had casual clothes on, and not the work clothes they usually wore. The other 2 adults had brown hair and looked like Ken's parents. The adults were sitting on a block, talking and laughing, while the younger dolls, the children, played. There were 3 boys and 1 girl. The 2 older of the 4 were playing soccer with the 2 younger. The girl had maroon, somewhat spiky hair. She reminded me of my sister, June. The older boy had spiky hair that was a mixture of blue and purple. He looked like Ken's brother Sam, though he seemed nicer and happier. The younger, with straight hair that was a mixture of blue and purple, looked like my best friend Ken. The last boy had spiky maroon hair, and it looked like me. I wiped away a tear that began to form. They all looked happy and seemed to be getting along fine with each other. I always dreamed of my parents spending time with my sister and me. I also dreamed of Sam not being a jerk and actually being nice and friendly towards his brother and me. I dreamed of Ken's parents not neglecting him and actually spending time with him. But my biggest dream was for our families to get together and have some fun without the press and everything that comes with being a genius. Is this your dream? Hikari asked. For yours and Ken's families to have fun together? In simpler terms, yeah. That it'll come true though. Ken is neglected and has an abusive brother, while I have overworked parents who constantly talk me down and pressure me to do better in school, but do nothing to help me with my disability. Some dreams do come true, and it takes a lot of work and patience. It's not easy, but it's not impossible. I realized that I never mentioned my disability to them. Only Ken and my family knew about it. Hikari didn't ask, and I didn't explain. We all turned around to find another place to rest. After several minutes of walking, we came upon a deserted house. We walked in and located the bedroom. I laid down on the bed and forced myself to drift to sleep. In the distance, I could hear Hikari singing a lullaby to me. She had such a pretty voice. Images appeared in my head. I saw a device that was different from Takeru's and Hikari's devices. It was a rectangular shape that was blue and white. I saw a strange egg that hatched into a blue blob. It kept saying my name. There was also images, several strange golden tags with rectangular objects in them. There were also images of hovering scooters without wheels. There were 2 of them. One was pink and the other was yellow. But then the images got dark. I saw Hikari. She was pale and fading quickly. No, she was dying. The image changed to someone holding her. The last image I saw was a medieval castle of ice and of a boy giving me a box, but his face was unclear. My eyes snapped open when Takeru hit me with Angemon's rod. What was that for? I yelled as I rubbed my aching side. You're having a nightmare, Takeru said with a satisfied grin. Jerk. Guys! We turned to Hikari. It's Momo's Arcaimon! Run! Takeru and I cast and scrambled to the cool hover scooters. Each scooter was made to fit 3 people. Fatima and I sat with Hikari, while Patamon sat with Takeru. Hikari and Takeru started the scooters and took off. I screamed as the 2 scary digitals attacked us and made us go spinning out of control. I was so glad that my 2 companions knew how to drive this thing. The two humans with wings managed to steady the scooters in the last second and got us away from the crazy evil digitals. When we were a good distance away, we all crashed near the end of the town. We all groaned in pain as we got up to stand. So much for that. Takeru rubbed his head in pain and helped Hikari to her feet. Yeah, I said. I looked behind him and noticed a strange stream of data. What's that? I asked, pointing to the stream. That's the digital stream, Gatomon purred. A stream of unconfigured data. They will lead us to the Sea of Darkness. I studied the stream for a moment. We need the prince's help, he said. And I bet the prince was the one who gave us those objects that I was seeing. But how did we get there? Davis, I looked over my shoulder to see Patamon flying next to me. Can you dream of a boat or something to help us get across? That's a perfect idea. Gatomon purred in delight. I closed my eyes. I could try. In my mental eye, I saw a dragon ship from the Viking movie Ken and I saw last week. I opened my eyes and was surprised to see a miniature version of the Viking ship. It was small enough to travel the stream, and it was big enough to fit all of us. Gatomon and Patamon rushed to the boat and claimed their seats. I took a seat next to the digitals, while Hikari and Takeru sat across from me. Takeru was controlling the boat as we drifted along the stream. This is amazing, Hikari praised. They're starting to daydream. Maybe keep this up. They may never catch us. At this rate, you will be able to dream with your eyes open, and we will even get more powers too when we see the prince. I smiled. The prince? I hope he's beautiful and nice. How long do we have, Takeru? Oh, don't ask, he said. It doesn't sound good. The Kaiser's lair is on the other side of the Sea of Darkness. We have to find a way to get there. Great, I thought bitterly. More problems. What did you dream of, Davis? Hikari asked. I saw a bunch of golden tags with different colored rectangular objects in them, I told her. No way! The two digitals exclaimed. Those are the crescent tags of the Chosen. There are 10 in all. Legend has it that those who pass the test can control the power of their trait to allow a special digital to evolve to their powerful forms, Gatomon explained. The prince is the keeper of these crests, and if you pass his test, he will give you your crest, but you have to be in good intention. However, if you aren't, you will be obliterated by his guardians, Patamon chirped. And the castle was surrounded by them, Takeru added. We're going to have to be careful. I don't want to be digital food. We laughed at the mild joke as we came to our destination. We got off the boat and started to walk the icy path to the castle. Darkness was everywhere, but it was calm and soothing. It wasn't destructive like the other darkness that was after us before. This darkness feels different, Takeru said in surprise. It's because it's the neutral darkness, Gatomon informed. It's not supposed to be evil or good, Hikari added. It's like the light. They balance each other. Look, a bridge. I pointed to the bridge that was a few feet away. It took us several minutes to get there. On the other side of the bridge was the ice castle. It was beautiful, if you could call it ice. It didn't look like ice at all. From the distance, it was clear and shiny, like crystal. Maybe it should be called the Crystal Castle. A soft darkness surrounded the castle, giving the castle an appearance of being invisible. The glassy look of the castle allowed it to blend in with the darkness, and if we weren't looking for it, we may have never found it. After admiring it for a good amount of time, we started to walk across the bridge. Hikari and Gatomon were the first to get across. Patamon and I were second. Takeru was halfway there when those crazy digitals appeared again. Takeru ran for his life as Moemon and Orokemon attacked, causing the bridge to collapse. We all sighed in relief when Takeru made it across safely. The two evil digitals were nowhere to be seen. However, that was not the worst of it. The ice began to crack behind us, giving us the realization that it was all a trap. And the castle was stood a good distance away, too. The ice broke, revealing Yukio. "Surprise, children," Yukio said with a sinister grin before capturing us in a bubble of black magic.
Okay. Chapter 6. Captured. I groaned as I woke up. I was tied up in the air by chains. Takeru and Hikari were trapped in a cage with their hands tied behind their backs. Patamon and Gatomon got it worse, for they were trapped in a magic ball of darkness, rendering their attacks useless. "And it's going to kill me." A hologram of the Kaiser appeared in front of us, revealing his face and upper chest. The Kaiser had wild, spiky hair of blue and purple. He had purple-tinted lens glasses with a yellow frame. He was wearing a blue and white bodysuit, a dark purple and yellow cape, and yellow shoulder pads. Actually, he's going to kill Angel Boy over there. "Hello." "Welcome, heroes. I am the Kaiser, the ruler of Planet Digital." This guy looked stupid in that getup. It sounded very cold and nasty. Sounded like someone else I knew. "No, you're not," Hikari yelled at him. "Davis is the ruler." This boy may have dreamed it originally, but I am much cooler and far more powerful. I gritted my teeth as he laughed. The way he laughed nagged at the back of my mind. This evil laugh sounded familiar. Maybe if the hair was a little less spiky and those stupid glasses were removed. And if the suit and cape were replaced with black tight skinny jeans, striped long sleeve shirt, and a brown hoodie sweater over it, then the Kaiser would look just like... I took a sharp breath at the realization of who this was. With narrowed eyes, I bellowed, "Damn it, Ichijoji! How on earth did you get so powerful?" Hikari, Takeru, and the two digitals looked at me in surprise. When I suddenly yelled my worst enemy, Kaiser grinned at me as he removed his glasses, revealing flat, dark purple eyes. Well, he cooed. "You think you have me all figured out, don't you?" I growled at him. "Though I guess I would have to thank you for that." "What are you talking about, Ichijoji?" I snarled. As soon as I said that, the Kaiser, or Ichijoji, lifted a familiar book to the screen. I gasped. Damn him. Oh, my dream journal. No wonder everything was going wrong. You were changing it. He grinned at me, as if I just said something very intelligent. Yes, it was quite helpful actually. As long as I have this, I can make anything happen to my will. He stared at me with a calculating look that made my heart squeeze. Unfortunate for you, you will not see my forces crush the rest of the rebel forces, and my empire will finally be realized. Once the prince of the neutral darkness is out of the way, I will gain all that delicious power that he has been protecting for years. My darkness is the only true darkness, and there is nothing you or that traitor of darkness can do anything about it. Ta-ta! And with that, the screen vanished. We have to get out of here.
I screamed in frustration. If Ichijoji gets his hands on those crests, we will never defeat him. I know what you mean, Davis, but what do we do? Hikari said with a worried expression on her face. That was a good question. What could we do? If we don't escape soon, the Kaiser will cause great damage to the prince. Ichijoji seemed determined that the neutral darkness was bad and was willing to take out the prince. But the prince is the keeper of the tags and crests, the most powerful objects in Planet Digital. Well, it's obvious that the Kaiser doesn't like the prince of the virals. The prince is with the neutral darkness, meaning that the Kaiser is with the corrupted darkness. It seems pretty clear that he wants the legendary powers that the prince protects. He is in danger and will need our help. Let's just hope his guards are ready. Gatomon mused. The prince is in danger. I wonder who he is. Maybe you could dream of a way to escape, Davis, Takeru suggested. You did it before. He's right, Hikari chirped. I looked at everyone before taking a breath and closing my eyes. I didn't see anything at first, but I slowly envisioned everyone in their respective traps. I focused on the digitals first. In my mind, I saw the black magic ball dissolve into nothing but data, leaving the two digitals free of their own trap. But we're free! Next, I focused on the bindings on Hikari's wrist, and it took a little longer to free her since it was a rope laced with dark magic. Once I got that removed, I imagined a simple key that would unlock the cage. Great job, Davis! And I did the same for Angel Boy too. Yeah, you would make your boyfriend proud. Curse him. Next, I saw 3 hoverboards. One was pink with stripes of gold and white. The gold and white reminded me of Gatomon. The second one was green with orange and yellow stars. The orange reminded me of Patamon, and the green was the color of his device. Though I'm not sure where the yellow came from. The last hoverboard was a dark blue with red flames and gold stars. I'm not sure where I got the colors from, but it was cool. After the hoverboards left my mind, I saw the ropes that were around me gone. Once I was free and standing safely on something, I opened my eyes. I smiled as I realized I was standing on the hoverboard that I saw in my mind. Gatomon and Hikari were sitting on the pink one, while Takeru and Patamon were sitting on the green one. Nice job, Gatomon praised. Now let's go see the prince before the Kaiser gets to him, Patamon squeaked. I looked at the 2 angels before standing up. I watched enough spy movies to know that this was just like surfing. We all got into a surfing position, which activated the boards. The boards, as if on command, burst to life and flew us out of the lair into the open sky and towards the castle belonging to the prince of the virals. We're almost there, guys. I yelled as we flew over the edge of the digital stream. A sea of darkness could be seen, but it was moving rapidly. Something was wrong. Please don't tell me we're too late. The sound of fighting could be heard as we flew over a snow-covered hill. My eyes widened as an army of evil virals attacked the castle. Gatomon and Patamon informed us that there were about 100 digitals consisting of Devimon, Myotismon, Theoboromon, and Lady Devimon. As they attacked, the darkness that surrounded the castle burst into a rage, protecting the castle in a protective shield of darkness. It was amazing, really. Every attack that the Kaiser armies threw was blocked, absorbed, and propelled back at them with twice the strength. In a way, the darkness was the perfect defense and offense. No wonder the prince lived in a palace surrounded by darkness. It was protecting and defending. Wow, the darkness is acting as both an offense and defense. I'm afraid to meet the prince's guardians. How are we going to go around them and get into the palace? Why do you want to sneak into the palace, heroes? I almost fell off my hoverboard at the sound of a familiar voice. I turned my hoverboard around and looked behind me. I was startled at what, or rather whom, I saw. I felt like I was looking into a mirror. I saw the spinning image of me wearing a blue medieval tunic. The neckline, sleeves, and bottom of it were trimmed with a mixture of red and orange, the colors of flames. He was wearing a dark yellow belt around his waist, blue pants, probably from the same material of his tunic, and black boots. The boy had the same brown eyes as me and had goggles on top of his maroon-colored hair. His eyes sparkled with amusement and curiosity as he watched my reaction to him. He was watching me closely as he sat on the shoulder of a blue dragon-type digital with white wings. This digital's chest was white and had a silver X on it. He had red eyes and a yellow V above the horn on his nose. I cleared my throat, realizing that I still hadn't answered him. My name is Davis, I introduced myself. I was told that in order to save this planet, I need the wisdom and help of the prince who rules over the viral digitals. My friends and I were here because we got captured by the Kaiser's followers. We managed to escape him, but not before he told us that he was going to get rid of the prince and obtain the tags and crests that he protects. The other boy and digital watched me as I spoke. The other boy had an authority aura around him to convince me that he needed to know what was happening. My instincts were telling me that he was an ally, and one that had a close connection to the prince. Damn, the boy hissed when I finished. A look of anger and concern reflected in his brown orbs. The blue digital had a look of concern in his red orbs as he spoke. Looks like the Kaiser has finally made his move, Daisuke. Daisuke growled at the very mention of the Kaiser. Hold on. Did I say Daisuke? I think it's probably Daisuke. Hold on. Looks like the Kaiser has finally made his move, Daisuke. Daisuke growled at the very mention of the Kaiser. It looked like I was not the only one who hated Ichichoji. Why is it when I decide to have a romantic dinner with my boyfriend, that bastard decides to attack? Daisuke yelled to no one. I'm going to kill him if he gets within 2 feet of my lover. Don't you dare stop me, Digimon. Prince Daisuke. I turned to see the Hikari spoke up. Prince? I made myself a prince? Cool. But why did she sound angry? What are you doing here, anyway? How can you just abandon Taichi like that? He was training you to be the next king of the Dragon Digitals. Where have you been? Daisuke jumped from the Dragon Digitals, known as XV1's shoulder, and stood a few feet in front of them. Daisuke and XVmon gave the prince and princess a hard look before XVmon growled and changed to a smaller version of himself. Despite the change, their twin expressions were unreadable. But I could see that Prince Daisuke was angry. Why? He asked coldly. Why should I be forced to rule a place that I have no heart in? I had no friends. You all mocked me, laughed at me, and insulted me when I didn't get the lessons right. King Taichi and Yamato were the only ones who saw the way I was being treated. I was shocked at what I was hearing, and I felt bad for my other self. When the Kaiser was the king of darkness, Taichi had me sent here on a mission. Taichi understood that we should try to become allies with the ruler of darkness and virals. Unlike you two. Takeru and Hikari looked away. During my mission, I met the prince. Daisuke's eyes softened at the memory. He was about 8 at the time, but he was very wise for his age and very kind. It was love at first sight. When the Kaiser was rejected and banished by the neutral darkness, the prince was chosen to rule. Digi knew that I was in love with him and allowed me to leave. He wanted me to be happy, and I am happy right here with my boyfriend. Takeru and Hikari had looks of shame on their faces. As confused as I was, none of them mattered right now. We needed to see the prince. Prince Daisuke, will you help us see the prince? Daisuke studied me for a moment, before smiling back at me. Of course I will help you. He took out a portable computer and opened the top. He pressed a button, selected a golden box with a strange symbol on it. Ready, Vemon? Digimetal up! The digital known as Vemon was surrounded in a golden light. Vemon Armor Sinka. Vemon was basically ex-Vemon in a golden armor. Shine of Miracles, Magnamon. Magnamon jumped into the air and blasted a swarm of bat-like digitals with a beam of light from his armor that tried to sneak attack us. Magnablast. After Magnamon was done, he growled again. A beam of light went into the portable computer while Magnamon turned to Vemon, who re-evolved back to ex-Vemon. Returning his attention back to us, he said, I am not sure how the prince will react when he sees you two. Daisuke directed his gaze from me to the 2 human angels, then back to me. Follow me. We followed Daisuke as he led us to an underground entrance that was away from the castle. The underground entrance was guarded by a cyborg digital. This digital's body was covered in rubber armor. He had a metal helmet covering his face and 4 red wings on his back. We stopped in front of the scary digital who was blocking the door. Daisuke smiled at the digital as he greeted him. Hey, Cybergemon, how's it hanging? Prince Daisuke, glad to see you are back. Thy Royal Highness was worried you may have gotten caught in the crossfire when you haven't returned this morning. Daisuke smiled sheepishly. Not yet, though the Kaiser is determined to get the powers. True, he is one determined human. Who are these people and digitals behind you? Daisuke turned so the Cybergemon was looking at both at him and us. This is Davis, he said, pointing to me with a warm smile. Gatomon and Patamon, he added, gesturing to the 2 digitals next to me. Prince Takeru, Prince of the Holy Digitals, brother of King Yamato, and the Warrior of Hope. Takeru flinched slightly at the cold tone. And lastly, Princess Hikari, sister of King Taichi and Princess of the Angelic and Mystical Digitals. Like Takeru, Hikari flinched at his cold tone. However, his tone was more colder and lacked any emotion. Cybergemon studied us as Daisuke made introductions. I couldn't really tell what he thought of us since he really had no eyes, though I could feel that he was watching us immensely. After several 10 seconds, Cybergemon moved aside so we could pass. He is in the throne room. Be advised, though, he's been very agitated all day. Those idiots outside the barrier are not helping his mood, he informed Daisuke, who just smiled mischievously. Oh, don't worry, I plan on fixing that right away. Ex-Vemon chuckled while Cybergemon snorted. I'm not going to save you if he orders Staymon to kill you. Whatever, Daisuke replied as he walked past Cybergemon and into the castle. I walked next to Daisuke as he navigated us to the throne room. Daisuke was plotting out loud his apology speech and on how he was going to calm down the prince. Though I had a feeling that it involved activities from when they were alone. The prince sounded like a lovely guy, kind of like Ken. I knew that. When this is all over, I am going to have a lot of things to talk to Ken about. Prince Daisuke, I heard, got to my call. Yes, Daisuke said from over his shoulder. Why is Cyberjamon here? He's not a viral. I was wondering that too. If I remember correctly from my dreams, Cyberjamon is a vaccine digital. Oh, I haven't thought of that before, he said, blinking in response. He's been here long before I came. If I remember correctly, Cyberjamon was attacked and abandoned by his caretaker when he was just a baby. My boyfriend was 4 at the time. He was playing with his partner Minomon when they found him. Kitomon, that's Cyberjamon's baby form, was raised here in the castle. Ever since that day, he refuses to leave my boyfriend's side. Cyberjamon might not admit this, but he is very grateful and loves my boyfriend to death. In fact, really impossible to separate those two. Cyberjamon has a very powerful bond with him, just like Stamon does. I wiped away a tear. I'm such a sap for stories like these. So the prince has 2 partners. Pretty much. Daisuke replied with a smile. He suddenly stopped in front of the huge jeweled archway that led into the throne room. I think I was right about the castle being a crystal castle, instead of ice. On the outside, it looked clear like ice. However, on the inside, it was like a solid stone medieval castle. It was breathtaking. As we entered the throne room, I felt my breath caught. It was magnificent. In the middle of the room, there was a beautiful white carpet with different symbols engraved on it that went from the middle of the large room and stopped at the thrones, which were seated on a platform of 5 large stone steps. The walls and ceilings depicted different artwork of Planet Digital's long history. It told of the Celestial Digitals, the Royal Knights, the Kings and Queens, Prince and Princesses of Planet Digital. And it talked about the battle between the light and neutral darkness against the corrupted darkness. Daisuke directed us to the center of the room. On the throne was the prince with a green insect warrior standing next to him. Daisuke had his own kneel with him when the prince's partner commanded. All kneel before the prince of the viral digitals, ruler of the neutral darkness. We all kneeled in front of the prince and admired him as he studied each and every one of us. I smiled at the prince. Like Daisuke, the prince was wearing a black medieval tunic. The trimmings of the neckline, sleeves, and bottom were a dark pink. He was wearing a green belt around his waist, purple pants, and black boots. Alright, Blanket, enjoying your food. A gray and black device rested on his belt, and a tag and crest around his neck. The prince smiled in return as beautiful, familiar violet eyes met my brown eyes. His gaze shifted to Prince Daisuke. Love and relief were seen in those wonderful orbs. Die! The spinning image of my best friend. Hello, Ken. Daisuke stood up and looked at his lover with a very sorry expression on his face. I am sorry to worry you. Ex-Figment and I were ambushed by one of the Kaiser's army when we were on our way back from King Taichu's kingdom. A look of sadness appeared on Prince Ken's face for a brief moment before it was covered up. I was worried half to death, Daisuke. Prince Ken's voice rose slightly from worry. You could have at least emailed me on your D terminal, you know. Well, that's what those portable computers were called. Daisuke rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment, laughing slightly. My deepest apologies, I wasn't thinking. Prince Ken sighed in exasperation as he gave Xvamon and Prince Daisuke a stern look. The two in question laughed nervously in response. Ken gave another sigh, looked towards the warrior insect, who was sighing and giving disappointed looks at the duo. I wonder if this was what Ken really dreams about, he and I together as a couple. It made a guy hopeful of his best friend's feelings. Was it possible that we could be more than friends, and that I was just too much of a coward to see it? I see you brought your old friends, love, Prince Ken said as he glanced at the two with a warm smile. Ken's replied, Daisuke replied with a grunt as he ignored the two in question. Your Royal Highness, it is very nice to meet you. Hikari began, but was cut off by Prince Ken. I know who you are, Princess of the Angelic and Mystical Digitals. Hikari stiffened when her royal title was called and not her name. Oh, this is going to be good. Dai has told me so much about you. No, both of you. Takeru stiffened this time. I had heard so many wonderful things about you from your brothers. The kings of the Dragon and Beast Digitals were very informative during our last meeting. It's a pleasure to finally meet the siblings of my allied forces, as well as the creator. Although, the Prince of the Viral Digital's eyes narrowed slightly in anger, as he continued sharply in a threatening tone. I don't condemn disrespect and cruelty against human beings and digitals. Daisuke, Xvamon, and I snickered softly at their expense. Hikari and Takeru were stiff as a board and were trying very hard to not to fidget and run away from Prince Ken's fierce glare. You just got to love the famous Ichijoji glare. Hi, Ghost! Did you have fun with your game? Ah, gotcha. Where was I? Oh, okay. You just got to love the famous Ichijoji glare. It's amazing when it's not directed at me, of course. The prince's gaze softened and returned to being warm and friendly, much to our disappointment. However, the past cannot be changed. I can see what your intentions are. Everyone, except Prince Daisuke, Ken's partner, and Xvamon, looked surprised and confused. Ah, okay. What are you eating now? It's because of darkness. Ken has the ability to see a person's aura and read a person's true intention. If your intention was for evil, I would have obliterated you in a heartbeat, the warrior insect explained. Daemon is right about my abilities. Light and darkness are as old as time itself. The rulers of those two neutral, opposing elements are the most powerful than any other kingdom in Planet Digital, and don't follow the natural laws set forth by the celestial digitals.
Wait, are you telling you to eat earlier? No, what? Forget it. I don't want to know. I might get annoyed. What do you mean? I asked the prince version of my best friend. Well, he replied with a thoughtful look. Unlike the rulers of the other kingdoms, leadership is chosen by the neutral darkness. If the neutral darkness sees darkness of the bad kind in your heart, or if you misuse your power or harm the digitals or humans in any way, the neutral darkness will see you as unworthy to rule and will give the position to the next in line. Well, that explained why the Kaiser was set on taking Prince Ken out. Okay, good, as long as you ate something earlier. My duties as ruler is also different as well, due to the fact that I have to keep order between rivals that follow the corrupted darkness and those that are not. I am assuming that because of this, many believe that I am an evil ruler because of darkness. This is a misconception, I assure you. He glanced at Hikari and Takeru as he said that. Darkness and light is neither good nor bad, unless you make it out to be. Although many do not see this, as the ruler of the neutral darkness, I have abilities that the others do not have. My life and my subjects are constantly threatened, and thus have very high security and powerful warriors to protect us. I really don't like that Prince Ken said that his life was always threatened. It just reminded me of all the times my Ken was injured or verbally attacked by his brother. I hope that answers your question. Prince Ken asked me, with a kind smile on his face. It does. Thanks for clearing that up for me. I just have another question, Your Royal Highness. Might as well address him correctly. Prince Ken laughed softly before waving my formal addresses away. Please, Prince Ken is fine. No need for formalities. We're all friends and allies here. Now, what is your question? You mentioned that if we had bad intentions, we would not be here right now. Prince Ken nodded. That is correct. What do you see then? I glanced at Prince Daisu, who was questioning him silently. Young man, Steinmon's strong voice commanded, directing my attention. It is very rude to ask the prince to explain something that is not for outsiders' ears. It's all right, Prince Ken interrupted Steinmon. Damn, this digital was very protective. I'm afraid to get on his bad side. I don't mind. Prince Ken leaned forward in his chair slightly, with his hands folded in his lap. You have a very pretty aura, Davis. Your intentions are very strong, like King Taijin Yamato, and you have the traits of a true leader. You hold the virtues of courage and friendship. You are brave and straightforward. You are not someone who would sit back and watch others suffer. You will fight and protect those you care about. However, you have conflicts in the matter of the heart. I will not read what I see, though. My suggestion to you is to talk to Taisuk before you leave the face of Samu.
Prince Ken shifted his gaze to Takeru and Hikari as he read their auras. I wonder what he sees. The both of you have negative feelings for darkness. I can understand why, but please don't let it cloud your judgment. Not everything is black and white, as I'm assuming you are aware of. I can see that you are regretful for partaking in Dai's pain all those years ago. It will be hard, but I'm positive this issue can be fixed. No matter what Daisuke might say, he does miss his old friends. I would like to talk to you about this issue when this matter with my brother is over. However, I agree with your brother that this issue needs to stop. It has come to my attention that the two of you and Daisuke will need to solve this issue. 3 years is long enough. In 3 weeks, you three will be attending a very special meeting right here in the palace. King Taichi, King Yamato, and I have already made the arrangements. This matter will be discussed and solved. The three in question did not object the king's decree. Prince Ken was very powerful. The look he gave them left no room for dispute. His look and voice were demanding in power and in value. I am actually glad I was not them, though. Prince Ken was right, and this matter did need to be resolved. V was right about the prince being very wise and demanding. I guess he had to be in order to be the ruler of viral digitals. When no one objected, Ken smiled. He turned to his digital and told him, Staemon, summon the warriors. The neutral darkness won't be able to keep up the shield for much longer. We all watched as Staemon bowed respectfully and left the throne room in search of the warriors. Now then, I understand you need the help of the powers. We nodded. The powers will now work for everyone. Only the one who can wield the powers of the crest can. We understand, I said, earning a knowing smile from the prince. Very well. The prince snapped his fingers, and the symbols on the carpet began to glow. In a brief blinding light of color, 8 small rectangles floated in front of us. These are the powers of the crest. If you can show me which of these 8 crests is the crest of kindness, then the power you seek will be yours. But be warned, you only have one chance to pick. I turned to Hikari and Takeru with a puzzled look. Their faces reflected mine. Figures they didn't know which crest is which. Okay, calm down. Just think. I looked at each of the crests in front of me. First crest was orange. It was engraved with a sun pattern. The second crest was blue. It was engraved with a pattern resembling the Taichi enclosed in an eye. The third crest was red and was engraved with a heart pattern. The fourth crest was purple and was engraved with a bilocular pattern. The fifth was green and was engraved with a teardrop pattern. The sixth crest was gray and was engraved with a cross and 4 triangles. The 11th crest was yellow and was engraved with the sun on top of a mountain pattern. The 8th crest was a light pink and was engraved with a yellow pattern. I bit my lip and thought, Prince Ken was a lot like my Ken. He's kind, caring, and thoughtful. He's wise and smart and has a bad side when angered. These said the prince has a big heart for all digitals. The prince is very patient too, a lot like my Ken when he helps me in school. I looked at the crest again and noticed that there were 2 missing. Isn't there supposed to be 10? I only see 8 in front of me. I looked at the prince and saw him watching us patiently and curiously. He was waiting for me to pick. I could get it wrong, but he seemed to believe otherwise. I looked at that Prince Daisuke. He smiled encouragingly at me. He's me, and I felt that he knows I would get it right. There were 10 crests in all, but only 8 were in front of me. I'm looking for kindness. It has to be one of these 8. Or does it? I looked at the prince again and took in the crest around his neck. In the tag was a dark pink crest with a pattern that looked like an ornate rose. Wait a minute, could it be? The crest of kindness is not here. The prince smiled softly at me as we stared at each other. Have you gone mad? Takeru snapped. It has to be one of these. Hikari continued. Why do you say it's not? Simple. The crest of kindness is around your neck, Prince Ken. Takeru and Hikari looked shocked as they took in the crest that was indeed around his neck. Prince Ken clapped his hands and laughed softly. Congratulations, Davis. You are correct. The crest of kindness is indeed around my neck. It is mine, after all. Tell me, how did you know? I smiled widely at him. Definitely just like my Ken. It's easy, really. You're basically Planet Digital's version of my best friend. My Ken is the most kindest person I know. I see it every day when he helps me in school and with any problems I have. Prince Ken smiled in response. Like you, my best friend is kind, caring, forgiving, patient, friendly, and maybe a bit too shy. When I thought about Ken and his traits, and how you're basically him, I kind of put two and two together. Prince Ken smiled brilliantly at me as he snapped his fingers again, making the 8 crests disappear. Prince Ken stood from his throne and walked down the steps. He stood in front of us as he reached out his hands in front of him, as if he was holding something. The crest of kindness glowed brightly, engulfing Ken's body. I watched in amazement as a box materialized in Prince Ken's hands, followed by the pink glow stopping. The box that Prince Ken was holding was gold. Symbols of the crest were all around the sides of the box. On the lid, there was a text that Prince Ken read out loud, his voice echoing with power. Those who pass the test are granted the powers to be. Stand before the power and await the trait to shine. Have the courage to face the challenge and inspire others. Use your friendship to help lead the way. With love, you can never go wrong, for the heart is where it needs to be. Follow the path with the help of knowledge and expressing oneself of purity and honesty, with light to bright the darkness in order to give hope to those who need. A miracle can happen with kindness together, never alone. Kindness alone can release the golden radiance, calming the powers of light and darkness. When Prince Ken finished reading, the box glowed, and the sound of something unlocking could be heard. Ken moved to stand in front of me as he opened the box. Within the box, there was a blue and white rectangular device. 10 slots were next to the device in 2 rows of 4. 7 tags with one of the 10 crests inside of it, resting in those slots. Let's see, there's 10 crests in all. 7 are here. Prince Ken has 1, and the other 2 must be with the owners. A few minutes after Prince Ken opened the box, a crest that was the color of gold began to glow. Prince Ken removed the tag from the box, along with the blue and white device, and handed it to me. This is the crest of miracles, he said, as I put the tag around my neck. And this is an upgraded model of the D3s. This is a D4. So that's what those things are called. I took the D4 from the prince and was stunned when the D4 glowed brightly, along with the crest of kindness and miracles. As 3 glowed, a blue egg appeared. As I held the egg in my hands, it began to shake violently before it hatched. The egg glowed, and in its place was a blue blob with eyes. It blinked at me before it jumped to my shoulder, squealing rapidly. Hi, Davis. My name is Chupomon. It's very nice to meet you. I smiled at its energy. He's just as hyper as me. Thank you, Ken. Thank you for finding me my partner. Prince Ken laughed at the digital. His cuteness was contagious. It is my pleasure, Prince Ken said as he petted Chibomon's head before continuing towards Takeru and Hikari. The same procedure happened with Takeru and Hikari. Takeru received the crest of hope. Hikari received the crest of light. Didn't see that coming. The holy couple. Oh god, I see too many movies. Your Royal Highness. Prince Ken closed the box, making it disappear before turning in the direction of the voice. Digimon and 6 humans walked into the throne room. The boy with goggles and brown hair was the one who spoke. The prince smiled in return. These must be the warriors that he wanted. The warriors all wore similar outfits that the prince had. The thing that was different was the color. The prince turned to me as the warriors came to a stop behind me. Davis, Prince Takeru, and Prince Hikari, let me introduce you to the legendary warriors. This gentleman with the goggles is Takeru. Hold on, no, sorry. This gentleman with the goggles is Takuya. He had brown hair and brown eyes. He was wearing a red tunic, black pants, and black boots. The warrior of flames, his human digital spirit is Agunimon, and his beast digital spirit is Burning Greymon. What's up, buddy? This young lady is Azumi. Azumi was a pretty blonde with green eyes. She wore a more female-fitted version of the tunic that the guys wore. Her tunic was a light purple. She also wore black pants and white boots. The warrior of wind, her human digital spirit is Kazumon, and her beast digital spirit is Zephramon. I kind of put a Italian thing, but I don't know how to pronounce it. We're actually just gonna use Google Translate because I do not know how to spell it, how to say it. Oh, welcome back, Blanket! Hold on, wrong one. Piacere dictionocchete. If I remember correctly from Italian class, she just said, pleased to meet you. I think. I should have paid more attention in class. This is Jinpai. Jinpai looked like the oldest in the group. He had brown hair and eyes. He was wearing a light blue and yellow tunic, black pants, and black boots. The Warrior of Thunder, his human digital spirit is Beetlemon, and his beast digital spirit is Metokabuterimon. Hey, how's it going? This young one is Tomoki. Tomoki looked like the youngest in the group. He had brown hair and green eyes. He wore a white and green tunic, black pants, and black boots. The Warrior of Ice. His human digital spirit is Kunamon, and his beast digital spirit is Kurikakumon. Hi, it's nice to meet ya. These are the twins. The youngest is Koji. Koji had long black hair, which was tied in a ponytail, and dark blue eyes. He wore a blue and gray striped bandana on his head, a yellow and blue tunic, gray pants, and black boots. The Warrior of Light. His human digital spirit is Lobomon, and his beast digital spirit is Kendo Gurumon. Loner much? And the oldest is Koichi. Koichi had black hair that was parted to the side of his face and had dark blue eyes. He wears red and yellow. He wears a red and yellow tunic, white pants, and black boots. The Warrior of Darkness. His human digital spirit is Laoimon, and his B's digital spirit is Jagger Laoimon. It's very nice to meet you. It's very nice to meet you too, I said. So these are the warriors. Cute group. Shame, my heart was already set on one cute guy already, though. What do you need us to do next? We just finished evacuating everyone to the safe zones when you summoned us, the warrior of darkness asked. I watched as Prince Ken went all authority, no nonsense like. Yes, Koichi, I did. Thank you for that. A job well done as always, warriors. All the guys except Tomiki and Izumi blushed slightly and bowed a curtsy respectfully. As you know, my brother is making his move and is attacking outside the barriers with very high-level digitals. Not really that hard to miss with all the fighting and noise going around this place, the Warrior of Light said. How is he the Warrior of Light, anyway? He's so cold and rude. The barriers won't hold much longer. I need you to gather the warriors of water, earth, wood, and steel, and have them protect the entrances that lead to the safe zones. Takuya and Koji, you two are in charge of the main attack. Push the enemy back into retreat, or purify them if you can. Use extreme force if you must. I want no enemy beyond the castle walls. The two boys nodded. We got you covered, buddy, said the Warrior of Flames. Yeah, we won't hold back, said the Warrior of Light. Tomeki, Izumi, and Jinpai, you're with the defense force. Create barriers at all the entrances and exits, if you must. Protecting and strengthening the barrier is a must. You can count on us, said the Warrior of Thunder. Luigi, you're going to be with me and Dai. Luigi, you're going to be with Dai and me. I'm going to need your help when we summon Imperial Digimon. Imperial Digimon. Don't worry, Your Royal Highness. You'll be safe with me. With a quick smile, all the warriors except the Warrior of Darkness were dismissed to do their assigned jobs. I stared at Ken's back as he watched the warriors silently as they left the throne room. I wondered what he was thinking. It must be eating at him that he had to fight those that he was chosen to protect and rule over. I know he had to use as much force as possible in order to protect his subjects, but still. He'll be alright. I jumped slightly as Prince Daisuke whispered into my ear. I frowned at him. Would he? Daisuke smiled in reassurance as he looked at his lover. Where are we off to now, Ken? I'm assuming you have something in mind? Daisuke, we need to get to one of the high-level floors of the castle. I don't want any flying virals getting to us before Steamon and X-Room become Hylogimon. Right, we should go to the 4th tower then. This will give Davis and the others time to escape unharmed. Ken turned slightly with a small smile on his face. You're right as always. He winked at him. How do you get so good at reading me? I watched as Daisuke smiled sheepishly at him with a mischievous twinkle in his eyes. Oh, you know how. We spend so much time together. A light blush tinted Prince Ken's cheeks. He spun around with his back towards us. He coughed into his fist, probably from embarrassment, squared his shoulders, and stormed out of the throne room with record speed. Luigi and Steamon glared at Daisuke with a disapproving look before rushing out to catch up to the Prince of the Neutral Darkness and Virals. With a sigh, Hikari and Takeru rushed out after the viral Warrior Insect Digital and Warrior of Darkness with their digitals in tow. I blinked at Daisuke as he smiled widely in satisfaction. Curiously, I asked, are you worried that he might have Steamon kill you later? I knew for a fact that if anyone else said that to my Ken, they would have a furious Ken after them. Ken rarely allowed his anger to show, or to affect him. However, there was a time where a bully had a black eye, split lip, bruised rib, and a sprained ankle for insulting both Ken and Sam. It was not pretty. I believe that was the only time the Ichijoshi brothers actually worked together on something. It was scary.
Daisuke chuckled. Nah, I'm not worried. Ken can't be mad at me for more than 15 minutes. I help distract him when he worries too much about his job, subjects, powers, and possible attacks from other kingdoms or enemies. I raised an eyebrow as he speed walked out of the throne room. Really? My kid might have given you a black eye or something, if he was angry enough. Daisuke laughed. What was so funny? It's true, it happened once before. Davis, tell me, has your kid ever been mad at you or annoyed? I blinked. Yeah, I guess. When I get frustrated with my homework that he's helping me with. Has he ever hit you or have you killed? What was he getting at? No, I answered. Daisuke smiled smugly. If your kid doesn't hit you or have you killed, what makes you think mine will? I frowned. He had a point. Besides, we are lovers. He knows me by now, which I'm assuming you need help with. Oh God, why are my cheeks warm? It must be hot in here or something. I thought so, he said, as if he knew everything. He probably did. When I first met Ken, he was shy, but was willing to help me when I needed it. Just like mine. To make the story short, he was reluctant to tell me what was bothering him. Samu was a very mean and cold person. There were times where Ken got hurt because of him. The wave of sympathy reflected in my eyes. My Ken was the same way. Well, the two were kind of the same person after all. I asked Taichi, Yamato, and Queen Sora about what I should do. They all told me that I needed to show him that I'm here for him, that I was willing to protect him. Over time, Ken was comfortable around me and slowly told me things. Also, during this time, I realized that I developed feelings for him. I gently told him about my feelings. Surprisingly, he felt the same way, but was afraid of what Osamu might do. This was before the darkness removed him as king. We dated secretly for a while until Osamu found out. I felt my throat go dry. And it didn't get hurt, did he? I asked fearfully. Daisuke shook his head. No. No, not really. Osamu wanted to break Ken and decided in order to do that, he was going to destroy the one he loves. I gasped. Unfortunately for him, King Taichi was with me at the time when he attacked with a viral Edimon. He was easily defeated. Taichi was furious. Before Edimon was deleted, Taichi demanded why he attacked and who sent him. He told us that King Osamu ordered him to kill him. Oh, hold on, no. He told us that King Osamu ordered him to kill me. With my death, Prince Ken will be broken and not a threat to him. Daisuke said the last part bitterly, shaking in anger. We walked up the stairs in silence as he tried to regain his composure. What happened? Taichi and I, along with some guards, traveled to the Sea of Darkness. We had our partners involved in order to get there. Within 20 minutes or so, we arrived at the castle. We were shocked to see the darkness that surrounded the palace blazing in rage. When we found Osamu, the darkness had stripped him of his title and banished him from the kingdom. And then Ken was chosen to be the ruler, and then later on, Taichi gave you the okay to go live with him. And I finished for him. He nodded. Yes, that's pretty much it. And I took in a breath, pondering my thoughts. My situation with Ken wasn't as tense as his dream version was, but it was similar. Ken already trusted me and tells me things from time to time. Maybe it was time I took the next step. Daisuke, I asked as Daisuke opened the door to the next floor. Yeah? My Ken told me that Friday, which is tomorrow, is his birthday. A close friend of his got him tickets for his concert. Ken wanted me to go.
but his brother has issues with him. Ken's brother yelled at him, making him cry, and told him to sever all contact with the friend and to not go to the concert. And apparently, Ken's brother is going to force Ken to go to his interview. What should I do? Daisuke had a hard look on his face. He did not look happy, especially if it involved Ken. You should make your move. Make it a date. Protect Ken if his brother tries anything. Ken is his own person, not someone he can abuse and boss around. I smiled. That did sound good. I could beat Ichijoji if he tried anything. If not, I could tell my sister and she could do whatever you're supposed to do in a situation like this. Let's hurry. I'm sure Ken could be in danger by now. Daisuke said as he quickened his pace up the last few steps. We entered the archway of the 4th tower. As we got there, we got the privilege of seeing the Warrior of Darkness in action. The Warrior of Darkness, Koichi, had a ring of data circling his right hand. In his left hand, he had a gray and black device, which Daisuke said was a detector. I watched in fascination as the ring of data came in contact with his detector. Execute Spirit Evolution. After the data was scanned, data ringed around his body and changed him. His clothes disappeared as well as his clothes disappeared as a wall of data formed in front and back of him. A black lion man armor appears on the walls and appears on his body. A lion's staff and shield appears in his hand. Laoimon. I looked in amazement. This was awesome. The prince and princess of Hope and Light looked just as amazed as I was. Daisuke places a hand on my shoulder and gave it a small squeeze before leaving my side to approach his boyfriend. Daisuke pulled out his blue and white D3 and gave his boyfriend a big grin, ready to teach the Kaiser a lesson that he'll never forget. Ken took out his gray and black D3 and returned the grin with his own. Whenever you're ready. X-Vmon stood behind Daisuke, ready to fight. Staemon did the same with his partner. Jagress Synchra. As the two yelled the command, their D3 began to glow. A green light surrounded Staemon and a blue light surrounded X-Vmon. As this happened, Ken's and Daisuke's D3 changed into a green and blue D3. A green light shot out of Ken's D3, while a blue beam of light shot out of Daisuke's. The two beams of light shot into the air, forming a ring. The two digitals jumped into the air and towards the ring. X-Vmon, Staemon, Jagress Synchra. As the two go through the ring, the two digitals combine into one. Replacing X-Vmon and Staemon was a dragon digital. That was a combination of X-Vmon and Staemon. Hyojimon. Hyojimon looked awesome with his two blasters and wings, but didn't stop there. A blue light surrounded Hyojimon as he evolved further. Hyojimon Kakiro Sinka. Hyojimon evolved to a huge dragon with black armor, cannon, and red wings, Imperiojimon. I looked wide-eyed as Daisuke and Ken commanded to go into fighter mode. Go into fighter form. Imperiojimon Moto Shinji fighter form. This was amazing. Imperiojimon was now a Dragon Man version of his previous form. He looked very powerful too. My name is Imperiojimon fighter form. I am a Mega Ancient Dragon Man digital. My attacks are Poison Lasers, Giga Crusher, and Splendor Blade. Imperial Jamon. Help, Takuya and Koji, Ken yelled. Yeah, Imperial Jamon. Take them out. Show the Kaiser goons not to mess with us. On it. Ken and Daisuke, be safe and don't do anything stupid, he said, before taking off to join the Warriors of Flame and Light on the battlefield. Daisuke pouted, while Ken looked amused. That's not fair. That only happened one time. It's not my fault Ippon doesn't know a good prey when he sees one. Ken sighed and walked away from his lover and towards me. He looked at all of us before speaking. My brother will not be here. He will be at his lair, most likely waiting for you. We nodded. I had a feeling it would be like that. These crests will help you evolve your digitals to their highest level. Only the true owner can wield the power of the crest. That is theirs. In order to activate them, you must be true to your crest. Look to the prophecy that was written on the box. It is the key. We all looked at each other. Each of us were curious as to how we were going to activate our crests. Or did we really need them to fight the Kaiser? Either way, we had to face him before time ran out. Thank you, Prince Ken, Hikari curtsied, before moving to evolve her partner. Yes, thank you for everything. Takeru bowed and did the same as Hikari. I looked at the prince and smiled. Before I could thank him, he removed his tag from around his neck and handed it to me. I looked at it in shock. Davis, take the crest of kindness. You will need it to stop the corrupted darkness. I took his tag and crest and put it in my pocket. Remember this, Davis. With light to bring the darkness, in order to give hope to those who need. A miracle can happen with kindness together, never alone. Kindness alone can release the golden radiance. After he recited the last part of the prophecy, he pulled me into a hug, mindful of my little digital in my arms. I returned the embrace and thought about my best friend, and I will protect him. Davis, my real self does love you. He is just scared. You are brave and courageous. Don't be afraid to speak up to me. He kissed my cheek and I blushed slightly. Good luck, he whispered before releasing me and walking back towards his lover and warrior. With a final wave, I watched as Laoimon changed to his beast form, which was basically a black lion with fire power. Slide evolution, and Jagger Laoimon. Ken and Daisuke got on Jagger Laoimon. I smiled at them as the warrior of darkness leaped over the roof and scaled down the castle, protecting the two as some of the weaker evil viral digitals tried to attack the princess. With a cry of Dark Master, the beast warrior shot black energy from his mouth and destroyed the enemy. I turned around and rushed to the prince and princess of Hope and Light. With a smirk, I got a ride with Hikari, making Takeru look at me with jealousy. I looked on as we flew away from the Kingdom of Darkness. Prince Ken had his duties, and I had mine. It was time to take out the Kaiser once and for all. Chapter 8, Warrior of the Corrupted Darkness. The Kaiser's lair was within our sights when we were suddenly attacked by an ugly red demon bird. Dark obliteration. The demon bird flapped its wings, creating a strong wind that knocked us all to the ground. Stupid bird. That hurt. What was this digital anyway? I lifted my throbbing head and glared at the digital, who landed on the ground, a good distance from us. I froze in place in fear as I got a quick glance before an evil dark sphere of data surrounded his body. A Valgamon, slide evolution, Duskmon. I looked in horror as cold red eyes of a demon man stood before me. The digital was wearing a black and red armor with 7 eyes on it. His helmet had 3 menacing gems that decorated a black skull-like helmet. His arms and feet were that of evil dragons. The demon glared menacing at us. I am Duskmon. I am the warrior of the corrupted darkness. With my deadly gaze and lunar plasma attack, your deaths will be slow and painful. The warrior of the corrupted darkness laughed as he glared from me to Hikari and then Takeru. It happened so fast that I didn't even see it coming. The 8 eyes and his dragon hands began to glow a sickeningly red, deadly gaze. 10 beams of red energy projected from Duskmon's body and came straight for us. I closed my eyes at the impending death. Regretful thoughts passed through my mind. I would never get to see Ken ever again. Never see his sparkling eyes, his wonderful smile, his laughter. I would miss his birthday. I would never get to ask him out or go on a date with him. Ken, I'm sorry. I love you. Hikari! Why were Takeru and Gatomon yelling Hikari's name? I opened my eyes and saw Hikari standing in front of me, her arms and wings wide open in a protective stance. I paled, looking at her as her body fell to the ground. She shielded me. Why? Duskmon laughed as Takeru ran to Hikari's body and held her. Tears were in his eyes. Hikari? Takeru sobbed. She was so pale, just like in my dream. Don't leave me. I love you. I love you so much. You are strong. Darkness can't hurt you, for you are light. Light and darkness are the balance. Without you, we all will fail. We need you, Hikari, I yelled in sorrow. Wake up. Wake up for me. For the digitals, for everyone. Hikari bowed his head and sobbed. He would have continued too if the crest of light and hope hadn't begun to glow. Yellow and pink lights engulfed them, as well as their digitals. This was only one thing. Takeru's love and Hikari's sacrifice activated their crests. Hikari's gasped as she woke up, looking as good as new. They smiled to Takeru. She turned and glared at Duskmon. You will pay. Duskmon looked shocked to see her still alive. Feel the powers of light and hope. Hikari Takeru's D3s and crests glowed brighter as digitals evolved to their highest forms. Gatomon, Warp Sinka. Gatomon was engulfed in a light as she evolved into Angelomon, and further. A Gatomon now in her final form. Looks like a woman with green and white armor that hugs her form. She wore a green helmet, held a golden shield, and javelin in her hands that had golden angel wings. Ophanimon. My name is Ophanimon. I am a Mega Celestial Digital. By Eden Javelin and several crystal attacks will purify your darkness. Patamon Warp Sinka. Patamon was engulfed in a light as he evolved into Angemon, and then continued to evolve into an angel with a purple sword. Magna Angemon, I believe Chubomon said his name was. If that wasn't impressive enough, with the light still engulfing him, he evolved to his final form. Adamon's new form was a fully armored angel digital. He was dressed in some kind of holy armor that shined silver and had 10 golden wings. He had a beach cloth with symbols on it and had the crest of hope engraved on his armor. Seraphimon. Amazing. My name is Seraphimon. I am a Mega Celestial Digital. You will face your judgment when I attack with my Strike of the 7 Stars and Excalibur. Seraphimon and Fanimon were amazing. He would never think that those little guys would change into something like that. A smile crossed my features as I realized that part of the prophecy had come true. With light to bright the darkness, in order to give hope to those who need, I mused to myself. Hikari saved me from Duskmon's attack, allowing her crest to activate. Takeru's emotions for her allowed his crest to activate. Light and hope are connected in many ways. Looking at them now made me think how much of an idiot I am. I should have told Ken my feelings and almost lost my chance. I would not let that happen again. Sam and Joji, the Kaiser, would not stand in my way. Strike of the 7 Stars. With a smile, I realized that what I am and what these powers that I have are. I looked at my digital and realized that he changed. He evolved. In my arms, looking at me cutely, was a miniature baby version of Exodemon. The little guy had a small blue body. He had small blue arms and feet, and a blue tail, and slightly pointy ears. His face and chest was white, and he had big red eyes. Chubamon? The small digital smiled at me, laughing in delay. Eating javelin. I'm Digimon, Davis. I'm an in-training baby, Dragon Digital. I love sweets and sleeping. I use my pop attack to ram into my enemy, if you're ever in danger. I chuckled softly, completely ignoring the battle that was raging on between the angels and the demon. Energetic little guy, aren't ya? Demivemon laughed and tried to jump out of my arms while I was holding him. Try being the key word. He tumbled out of my arms and hit the floor. With a shriek of surprise, I bent down to pick up the slightly dazed dragon. What were you thinking? I hissed after I inspected him for any signs of bruising. He giggled. This was not funny. Deadly gaze. I was aiming for your shoulder, or right your shoulder. An amused smile crossed my features. I do have a feeling that he knew what I was planning. Why did I have a feeling that he knew that I was planning to take on the Kaiser? Slide evolution. Valgamon. I looked up in horror as Valgamon soared into the air with the angels flying behind him. Takeru and Hikari had determined looks on their faces as they yelled encouragement towards their digitals. I ran towards them with Demivemon in my arms. Hikari, Takeru. The two turned to me as I called their names and came to a stop. Oh, what is it? Takeru asked. Can you two handle things here? I'm going after Ichijoji. Takeru looked like he was going to protest, but Hikari intervened with a smile. We'll be fine, go on. Takeru frowned, but didn't question her. Slowly, he nodded understanding. Kick the Kaiser's butt for me, he said before pushing me in the direction of the lair. I nodded and ran away from the battlefield. I stared at the Kaiser's lair and wondered what would be the best way to get there. What do you think, Demivemon? Demivemon blinked. Then I glanced at the lair. He tilted his head to the side, rather cutely. We could always fly up there. It'd be faster. He was right. Smiling at my partner, I summoned my hoverboard. I really like this thing. Demivemon gave a squeal of approval as we boarded the hoverboard. Okay, so we have this chapter and then one more chapter after that. Okay, so we have this chapter and then one more chapter after that. Okay, so we have this chapter and then one more chapter after that. Okay, so we have this chapter and then one more chapter after that. Okay, so we have this chapter and then one more chapter after that. Okay, so we have this chapter and then one more chapter after that. Okay, so we have this chapter and then one more chapter after that. Okay, so we have this chapter and then one more chapter after that. Okay, so we have this chapter and then one more chapter after that. Okay, so we have this chapter and then one more chapter after that. Okay, so we have this chapter and then one more chapter after that. Okay, so we have this chapter and then one more chapter after that. Okay, so we have this chapter and then one more chapter after that. Okay, so we have this chapter and then one more chapter after that. Okay, so we have this chapter and then one more chapter after that. Okay, so we have this chapter and then one more chapter after that. Okay, so we have this chapter and then one more chapter after that. Okay, so we have this chapter and then one more chapter after that. Okay, so we have this chapter and then one more chapter after that. Okay, so we have this chapter and then one more
me just see here. Chapter 9, Golden Radiance. The wind hit my face as I navigated to the lair. We landed on the lair's floor and faced the Kaiser. The Kaiser, or Ichijoji, scowled at me. With a glare of disgust, he yelled, "What are you doing in here, dog?" Glaring in return, I faced him down, ready to protect what was mine. End of the line, Ichijoji. Your reign of terror is over. Oh, really? He asked darkly. Yes, really. You're awful to Ken in this world, just like you are on Earth. Yes, really, you're awful to Ken in this world, just like you are on Earth. I love Ken, and I will not stand by as you heard him over and over again. Love? Ichijoji hissed in anger. I will kill you before your stupid love gets to my brother. I dived to the ground and Ichijoji summoned a long, just making sure, blanket. Fuck, that was loud in my ear. I probably should have lowered the volume. Oh yeah, Oof is right. I dived to the ground as Ichijoji summoned a long whip and swung it at me. The whip glowed with dark energy when it came in contact with anything solid. The object was engulfed in the energy and disappeared. I summoned my own weapon of a shield and sword and blocked his attack. The golden energy surrounded my weapon, making it the perfect weapon to counter his darkness. I growled as the whip almost hit my partner. Ichijoji looked just as frustrated and cursed loudly as I blocked his attack. You are a jerk, Ichijoji. Don't you realize how much you're hurting Ken? He laughed, making me angry. Hurt? I know exactly what I'm doing. He needs to learn who the master is here. I will not stay and allow him to do as he wishes. He is nothing but an insect. He has no right to be in the same space as me. Shock crossed my features and then anger. You asshole! Ichijoji's whip wrapped around my sword and I yanked it out of his hand, placing Temi Demon on the ground. I ran up to Ichijoji and punched him in the face. He fell backwards to the ground. Who do you think you are? Ken is a kind and gentle human being that deserves to be loved. He is not an insect or someone you can boss around. He is your brother. You are flesh and blood. He is his own person, and you have no right to force him to do anything he does not wish to do. Ichijoji growled at me uncaringly. Did you even realize that Ken's birthday was tomorrow? A look of confusion crossed his features. Growling in disgust, I snapped. How can you not know? Are you that cold that you have no feelings for him? I punched him again,
and was surprised when I felt a warmth on my chest. I looked down to see my crest glowing slightly. Using the power of my crest, I told it in my mind what I wanted it to do. A soft golden beam of light hit the Kaiser and surrounded him. He screamed as the Kaiser outfit disappeared along with his dark powers. Sam and Chijoji began to fade in and out of reality. A straggled cry escaped his throat. What have you done? The sword and shield disappeared as I stared him down. I stripped you of your powers. You will no longer threaten this world, my world. You're also being banished from Planet Digital, never to return. I walked towards my digital as Chijoji began to curse wildly, and noticed he evolved again. This time, he was a blue dragon. The only change in his appearance was that he was bigger, more dragon-like, and had a V on his forehead. Who are you? My partner stood proudly, pointing a finger to himself in a manly manner. I am Vemon, the rookie form of Demi-Vemon. I am a dragon digital of an ancient species. I have the ability to armor evolve and love chocolate. My V-punch and V-headbutt will leave my enemies spinning. You haven't won yet. He turned to face Ichijoji's servant, Yukio. Yukio looked at the defeated Kaiser as his body completely disappeared from Planet Digital. He sneered at me as my comrades arrived with their partners. You may have defeated my servant and my master, but you will not defeat me. You are outnumbered, Yukio. Takeru yelled from Seraphimon's arms. Give up and come peacefully. Hikari said from the safety of Fanimon's hold. I don't think so. It's not over. The sickening feeling came over me as he smirked. Not when there is the source. Darkness surrounded him. He laughed as he disappeared in a black light. Where'd he go? I yelled. Takeru took out his D-terminal and pressed a few buttons. He's going to Earth, Takeru said, looking a little pale. He's going to try to destroy you in your sleep. Fanimon mused. My sleep? I whispered to myself, spun around to face the prince and princess and their digital partners. You mean I'm asleep? All this time I've been asleep? No, Hikari soothed. You're dreaming, Davis. With your eyes open, Takeru continued. Make the dream real, Davis. You can make them real, Davis. Just like you made me and Takeru real. Takeru echoed her. Blink your eyes 3 times and you will wake up. 1. I blinked once. Wait, what happens when 2? Fanimon said. I blink again. Will I ever see you again? 3. Seraphimon and Takeru said together. I blinked my eyes the last time and I found myself back in my class, under my desk. Strong winds could be heard from the twister outside. Papers were flying around everywhere due to the open windows. Everyone follow me, Mr. Arikawa yelled over the sound of the wind. You heard what I said? We have to find shelter. Mr. Arikawa lifted the desk that I have been sleeping under. Mr. Motomaya, get up! There's a twister coming this way. We have to get to shelter. I snapped to my feet and looked around. There was a twister inside and I knew who it was. It's not a twister. It's worse than that, I yelled. Sam, get up! The sound of Ken's voice caught my attention. Ken was shaking his brother, trying to wake him. It would be bad if he woke up. Mr. Arikawa rushed to them and helped Ken. Mr. Ichijoji, wake up! I pulled Ken away from his brother as he was snapped back to wakefulness. Sam and Ichijoji laid hateful eyes on me as I held Ken protectively in my arms as he tried to attack us. I moved away from him in record speed and ran towards the window with my teacher, who had saw everything. Look! I yelled as a familiar figure appeared in the twister. It's Yukio from Planet Digital, the one from my dreams. Mr. Arikawa looked at the evil sorcerer in shock. You mean this is real? Your dreams are real? He asked, turning his head to me. Some dreams are so powerful that they become real. I don't believe it, he said in disbelief. Dumbfounded, I replied.
It's right there in front of you. I can see that, he yelled back. What I can't believe is that you trapped me. As a bad guy. Am I bad? He sounded a little hurt. Sorry. It could have took a life of its own. Yu-Gi-Oh laughed evilly as he stared down at us. Kindness and miracles will die. I paled and held Ken closer to me as he stiffened in my arms. Okay, class. Mr. Arakawa spun around to look at all of his students. I am just a teacher. It is my job to inspire great answers from you. He pointed to the Evil Sorcerer, and I think that's a pretty good inspiration outside. So this is now a pop quiz. We need to defeat that sorcerer. Any ideas? One of the boys in my class raised his hand. This boy had wild hair, brown eyes, and had goggles on his head. What's for Tai? What's your idea? I can take him, Tai said as he ran outside. We all called his name out as the Evil Sorcerer zapped him with black energy that knocked him out unconscious. Ken screamed and yanked himself out of my arms. He ran outside toward the unconscious boy. Mr. Ichichoji, come back, it's too dangerous. I cursed under my breath as Ken ran after Tai. Ken stood protectively in front of him. Yu-Gi-Oh laughed as he eyed my best friend with a look that made me want to rip his eyes out. Well, well, well. You're making this too easy for me, Kindness. Your death will be sweet. Kindness? Wait, the prophecy. I ran out after Ken as Prince Ken's words echoed in my head. Miracles can happen with kindness together, never alone. Kindness alone can release the golden radiance, calming the powers of light and darkness. I stood next to Ken with a serious look. I ignored Yukio's laughs as I turned to Ken. I took out the crest of kindness out of my pocket and held it in front of him. Is this yours, Ken? Ken's eyes widened as he took in the crescent tag. Where did you find it? So have you seen it? A smile crossed my face. Yes, but only in a dream. I placed the tag around his neck. I was right. Once the tag was on, the crest of kindness and the crest of miracles began to glow. A pink light surrounded Ken, while a blue light surrounded me. In a bright light of pink and blue, two digitals appeared in our arms. Tears filled both of our eyes as a blue dragon and a green caterpillar hugged us. Vemon! Oh my god, Wormon! Tears fell down Ken's cheeks as he hugged his digital. This must be Staymon's rookie form. He's cute. No, that's impossible. How are they here? Believe it, buddy. I glared at him. They were going down. I took out my D3 and saw Wormon giving Ken a gray and black D4. Both crests glowed brightly in sync with our D4s. Vemon Warp Synca. All Force Digimon Future Mode. All Force Digimon Future Mode was a dragon warrior in blue armor. It was at least 3 times Vemon's size. It was more muscular. And he had 2 bracelets on his arms. And a big gold V is on the middle of his chest. And he had 2 blue and pink wings on his back like a cape. He also had silver designs on his shoulders, arms, and legs. My name is All Force Digimon Future Mode. I am a super ultimate holy knight digital. With a crest of miracles, I evolved to this form to protect those that I love. You will not harm my partner and his love. I will defeat you with my shiny V Force and All Force V Saber before that happens. I flushed slightly. Did he just say what I think he said? Wormon Warp Synca Bancho Leomon, Bancho Stingmon. Bancho Stingmon was a red version of Stingmon. Bancho Stingmon was wearing black pants and a purple jacket. 4 spikes were on both of his shoulders, and he had 1 large stinger on both of his yellow gauntlets. That was around his wrist. My name is Bancho Stingmon. I am one of the 5 Mega Bancho Digitals
who fought for what we believe in and succeeded without a broken spirit. I evolved with the crest of kindness, and with my partner's kind heart and strong will, I will defeat you with my bloody finish and Bakuranten attack. Wow. Ken breathed as the two digitals stood in front of us protectively, facing off Yu-Gi-Oh! I had to agree with him. My partner was a holy knight, while Ken was one of the Bancho digitals with only 5 in existence. Impressive, I know. The evil sorcerer growled at the two powerful digitals. Darkness, evil, and thick. Wait, hold on. The evil sorcerer growled at the two powerful digitals. Darkness, evil, and thick began to develop in his hands. The darkness swirled around and wrapped around his arms and traveled around his body. My eyes widened as the darkness engulfed his body into a black sphere. What's happening? I asked no one in particular. He's changed into his digital form. Bancho Stingmon gasped, looking at his fellow digital. All-Force Digimon Future Mode nodded and summoned an energy sword from his bracelet. Hurry, before he completely changes. Both digitals rushed forward at high speed and attacked. All-Force V Saber. All-Force Digimon Future Mode slashed a ball of darkness with his energy sword, while Bancho Stingmon attacked with his stingers, a bloody finish. A terrible shriek could be heard as the attacks collided with the darkness. The combined attacks of All-Force Digimon Future Mode and Bancho Stingmon created an explosion of light and smoke. When everything was clear again, the only thing left was data floating away. Oh, we did it! It was finally over. Cheers could be heard from my classmates. They were cheering our names and talking rapidly about Yu-Gi-Oh! And how they couldn't believe what just happened. I ignored my classmates, however. From the very start, they have treated me badly. The only person who treated me kindly was the person by my side. I turned to him and gave him a smile, which he returned. I looked into his eyes and remembered the advice I had gotten from Daisuke and Ken's dream self. Ken? Yeah? I would love to go to the concert with you on your birthday. Ken blinked at me before a smile crossed his features. Really? I nodded. Oh, that's great, but I chose him before he could continue. I knew what he was going to say. Digijoji may be your brother, but he can't boss you around. I frowned slightly. Should I tell him? Ken, I'm sorry. I got into an argument with him about the way he treats you. Ken frowned at me, but didn't avoid my gaze. Oh, good. I still had his attention. He said many very mean things about you. I don't want to repeat. I may not have said exactly what Ichijoji said, but Ken got the meaning from my tone. A flash of hurt entered his eyes. You met him in Planet Digital, didn't you? Ken asked softly. Yes. I replied hesitantly. Ken nodded, as if my answer explained something. He looked at me with such a sad smile that it hurt. And he said bad things about me? I bit my lip. Yeah? He closed his eyes. Do you remember when Sam said that I was at Rio's house during the summer? I raised an eyebrow in question, not that he could see it with his eyes still closed and all. He continued, taking my brief confusion as a yes. Well, a month before that, I was at Rio's practice. He noticed my bruising and told his mom. She works for the Job Protection Services and called it in. My eyes widened at that. He was taken away from his family? She did the investigation and interviewed me and my family. Dr. Stingmon bent down on one knee and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. When Ken suddenly got quiet, it was probably a good thing that the other students were too loud for their own good. You were taken away? I asked sadly. Ken nodded. No wonder he was so sad. Were you put into foster care? Ken nodded again. God, summer was months ago, and he'd been in foster care for that long? Who? Ken smiled at me as his gaze shifted back to the school. I followed his gaze and saw that Mr. Arikawa was watching us with a concerned look. My eyes widened again at the realization. Mr. Arikawa? Your foster father? I'd explain why Mr. Arikawa was always so gentle and concerned around Ken. But how was Ichijoji hurting him if they didn't live together? Yeah, he's my foster dad. He's really caring and kind towards me. I turned back to my teacher and saw him in a new light, and taking care of my best friend. How is it then that Ichijoji keeps hurting you? Ken looked at his partner. Banjo Stema nodded at Ken's questioning look. Mr. Arikawa works until 5, and started. Oh, hold on. Ken stated. The house isn't that far from Rio's place, so they agreed to watch over me until Mr. Arikawa picks me up. However, Sam manages to get to me at school. We both get here pretty early every day, and he happens to find me when I'm waiting for Rio to finish his extracurricular activities. That stupid bastard. If I'd known this, I would have protected him. And are you going to be returned to your parents? Ken had a sad look on his face. It was heartbreaking. It's been 4 months, I believe, and my parents still don't understand why I'm being taken away. They took these classes, but didn't do anything that showed the caseworker that they won't neglect me or ignore me every time something related to Sam comes around. My heart felt like it was going to burst into tiny pieces. Ken was going to be put up for adoption if this keeps up. Because of this, my parents lost custody of me, and I was put up for adoption. Oh no. I saw on TV that kids who go for adoption were not always a good thing. It was sometimes more evil than the actual parents. Who would take care of him now? Ken saw the look on my face and immediately put a reassuring smile. Davis, don't worry. Mr. Hikari filed for adoption of me and won. Adoption and guardianship papers will be finalized in 2 weeks. A smile crossed my face. I'll never cause Mr. Arikawa problems for the rest of the year. I love this guy. He was a lifesaver. That's great. The 2 digitals reverted back to their rookie form as the clouds cleared up. I knew I liked that guy. I rubbed my hand in satisfaction. Ken blinked at me in confusion. But you complain about him all the time. I don't know what you're talking about, Ken. If he's been taking care of you all this time, then he is not as evil as I thought, I said, laughing nervously. God, he's coming this way. So, the concert, I asked, hoping to change the subject. We're still going, right? Of course he's going. I jumped. How did Mr. Arikawa get here so fast? I told you not to worry about your brother, Ken, Mr. Arikawa said with a smile. I informed the principal of what happened the other day, and he agreed that since I'm your legal guardian and teacher, Mr. Ichijoji will be removed from my class and placed in another. We both gasped in shock, but I never wanted him to get in trouble because of me, Ken mumbled quietly. Mr. Arikawa had a smile on his face and gently ruffled Ken's hair in affection. You didn't. His behavior could have gotten him expelled from school, but the principal had a long conversation with Mr. and Mrs. Ichijoji and agreed he will be removed from my class instead, and is to not have any contact with you as early as next week or so. I was shocked. I wasn't aware this could happen, but I was glad. Ken would be free for now. But I know Ichijoji will not take the sitting down. Now then, Mr. Monomaya, I would appreciate if you don't say anything about this. I don't want Ken having any problems right now because of this, especially since everything is not in order yet. Of course, I understand. Mr. Arikawa nodded, and I walked to Tai, who was still unconscious. We didn't say anything until Mr. Arikawa was back in the school with Tai. So, what time is the concert? Rio said to get there at 8:30 in order to get good seats. I smiled. 8:30 is still a lot of time between school and then. 8:30, huh? Well, I guess I'll just have to pick you up at 5 then. I smiled cheekily as he turned to face me, his eyebrows creasing in confusion. Oh, why so early? My smile got brighter, and with the same sparkle that was twinkling in Daisuke's eyes, I said, why not? It gives me plenty of time to take you out for dinner. It took no less than 3 seconds to register into Ken's mind. A deep blush colored his cheeks and widened eyes, indicated that he understood the meaning of what I said. A shy smile and hopeful eyes were shown on his face as he asked in a soft tone. Like a date? Yes, if you want. Tears filled his eyes. In that moment, the flicker of emotions in Ken's eyes were unguarded. They were there for me to see. Ken pulled me into a tight hug and sobbed quietly. Yes, oh yes, I'd love to go on a date with you. I returned the embrace. I had a tingly feeling in my stomach that was filling with warmth and was now traveling throughout my body. I have to thank Daisuke and Prince Ken when I see them again. They were right. Ken does have feelings for me. I always dreamed that you would ask me. I'm so glad you did. I'm glad I did too. We hugged each other for several minutes. We let go when Miss Arakawa called us. I didn't even consider what he would think of this. He was Ken's current foster father and soon-to-be father. We pulled apart and smiled at each other, with the silent prayers for good things in the future. We slowly walked back to the school with our digitals and tote behind us. Okay, and then the last chapter is chapter 10, Dreams to Reality. I stared at Tai as he finished his report. A lot has happened in the last couple of days. I just learned that Ken was taken away from his family and was being adopted by my English teacher. I have the Crest of Miracles and a digital partner that lived with me. Ken owns the Crest of Kindness and had a partner of his own. Both of our partners have rare mega forms. And the best part of all, Ken and I are ruling princes in Planet Digital, and are a couple at that. Thinking about all that had happened, both the good and the bad, had in the end came out rewarding and unexpected. Mr. Motomaya, your report, please. With a smile, I grabbed my report and walked to the front of the class. I smiled as Ken smiled at me. There was a twinkle of happiness in his violet eyes. That had been there since yesterday. Happiness filled me as the events that happened yesterday. The following story is true. After school, I talked to Mr. Arakawa about what happened the day before. He wasn't happy that Ichijoji had yelled at his foster child, and was ready to write him up. He did, and because of this, he was sentenced to ISS for the next 2 weeks. It might have started as a dream. Later that day, Mr. Arakawa had invited me over to his place so I could hang out with Ken and talk some more. I had to wait with Ken and Rio though, but I didn't mind. They were nice people. As we saw yesterday, we make our dreams into reality. I had fun with Ken, and he even opened up to me. Mr. Arakawa was glad he was. According to him, Ken had been closing himself off for some time now. I was glad I could help. Reality becomes a dream. Ken laughed a lot yesterday too. I never thought I would see the day where I just looked at him looking so happy. It was a good feeling. There was also the fact that Mr. Arakawa, or Yukio at home, questioned me about my relationship with Ken. How do adults always know these things? We haven't even started dating yet. Hence, Takeru lives his dream as the warrior of hope, where he protects the holy digitals. He has finally found the location of his father's prison and is on a rescue mission with Patamon. I even met the other rulers. Not that I could tell my class that. Last night, I met up with Prince Ken and Prince Daisuke and was introduced to King Taichi, his wife, Queen Sora, the queen of the bird digitals, and their partners, Agumon and Biyomon. King Yamato, his girlfriend Princess Mimi, the princess of plant digitals, and their partners, Gabumon and Palmon. Princess Hikari lives her dream as the ruler of light. Takeru and Hikari don't visit me anymore, but I can visit them in my dreams. The king, queens, princesses, and princes also introduced me to the royal Dr. Joe. He was partnered to a prankster seal digital named Gomamon, and Kashiro, the royal knowledge keeper of Planet Digital. He was partnered to a ladybug digital named Tentomon. So dream a better dream and work to make it real. As I finished my report, I was relieved that no one insulted me, but in a way, it was disturbing. People don't stop hating you just because you saved them from a powerful evil. And in truth, the only person I knew I can trust is Ken. The teacher thanked me as I walked back to my seat. I was glad when the bell rang. I was the last one to present. As I left with Ken, I thought about my plans for his birthday. I had plans of taking him out to a simple restaurant that June was more than glad to reserve and pay for me. The only thing she asked in return was a signed autograph of the Tamers and Teenage Wolves. And I forgot they were performing too. The lead singer was Matt Ishida, I believe. Anyway, the rest of the day went and gone. Before I knew it, it was time to pick up Ken for a date. With a smile and a thumbs up from my partner, I left the house. When I arrived to Oikawa's residence, Yukio Oikawa opened the door and let me in. We talked for a few minutes until Ken entered the kitchen. He was beautiful. He was wearing a simple blue shirt, jacket, and jeans. On Ken, it was breathtaking. After Mr. Oikawa told us to call him when we get and left the concert, we left. If I had to say one thing about this date, then it would be wonderful. June had picked the perfect restaurant for us. It was a family restaurant, so no one would care who was dining with whom. The dinner was delicious, and I enjoyed every minute I was with Ken. The concert was even better. Ryu Akiyama was awesome. He had brown spiked hair, blue eyes, and was wearing a stylish yellow shirt and jeans. The Tamers dominated the Teenage Wolves. The lead singer of that band was Matt Shida. He had spiky blonde hair, blue eyes, and was wearing a black shirt and leather pants. Now I knew why the girls liked him. Hotness alerts. Though, I was able to get both their autographs. You just got to love a boyfriend who has connections. Yes, I said boyfriend. Ken did not jump to it. At the end of the concert, we hang out with Rio for a bit before heading back to the Oikawa's residence, where I spent the night. As I closed my eyes, I could only think about one thing. Dreams really do become reality, and I am glad for that. At the end. And that's the end of the story. Okay, so I am gonna minimize this. God damn it, blanket! Liar! Okay.
Yeah, what the hell? I'm already in his stream. Okay, here is the raid message, everyone. If you're subbed, you get the one with the emails. If not, you get the one with the default emojis. And thank you everyone who came to the stream. I appreciate every one of you. Tomorrow is a collab with J Blue. So I will be live before that. So I'll be live at 5, but our collab it will be at 6 my time. We'll probably either do a writing stream or yeah, it'll probably be more like a writing stream that day since I do want to get some writing in. Alright? Then I will see everyone tomorrow then. Bye bye.